Hey, everybody, what's going on? Welcome to another episode of Heavy Metallurgy, number 82, as a matter of fact. And thank you all for joining us. And as you will notice, Alan is not here. He's on a family trip for Thanksgiving to visit his folks a little bit north. But I brought in two stellar co-hosts, guest co-hosts for the night's topic. But before we get to those fine people, we are going to talk about the new Heavy Metallurgy shirts, Necromantical streams, artwork done by Justin Bowling. Link in the description for that. We're going to be getting Justin on here soon, talk about something. But he's a fantastic artist, did a great job. So we've got that t-shirt design and Nate Burns art for in streaming There Is No Law design. Please go check them out in the description. But before, it's going to be a long episode tonight, so I'm just going to jump into it here before rambling on and on and on. I did want to show everybody the spoils of war. There it is, green bean casserole. It was consumed yesterday, and it was amazing. Anyway, that was for Alan. And we're going to bring on our guest tonight. We've got two people returning to the stream, friends of the show, friends in real life, and we're going to start with welcome Austin Lunn. Hello, welcome back, man. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, doing good.
Awesome.
How are you?
And I'm just fine. And I'm going to bring out Melanie. Welcome back, Melanie. Good to see you as well. Thank you for joining us.
Hey there. Happy to be back.
We're going to have a death metal episode. What's up, Ben? Going to have a little death metal Thanksgiving special. Everybody was saying they were thinking it was going to be a black metal episode, but Austin chose to cover some favorite death metal albums. And I guess before we get super started and into it, it'd be kind of neat to know a little history of where you got started with death metal. And since you haven't been on as much as Melanie has, we're going to start with you, Austin.
Oh, okay.
Death metal history.
Yeah, so I got into death metal before I got into black metal, and it was always kind of like the thing that I loved more, and then black metal ended up becoming the kind of music that I made kind of by accident. I wasn't allowed to listen to it in my upbringing because I had a really religious family, and it wasn't, I guess, until my teenage years that I started getting an interest in it. And I got into it by way of, I liked thrash and stuff like that, classic bands, but mostly in my teen years, I was into like crust and grind and that kind of stuff. And, because my preteen years and all that, in my youth, my youngest years, I was really into prog, like bands like King's X and Galactic Cowboys, Atomic Opera, Dream Theater, Rush, all that kind of stuff. And kind of a natural backlash to all that was getting into punk. So it was, Dead Kennedys and Crass and Minor Threat and all that kind of stuff, which eventually led to underground punk and hardcore, which is, all these crust bands and stuff like that in the late 90s and early 2000s, which is like, the main thing in Memphis at that time anyways, where I grew up. And so that kind of led me full circle right back to appreciating grind and death and things that were really fast. And I remember the first time that I really realized that I liked all that stuff was like I was listening to the Asuk album or Asuk or whatever. It's got 2 dots in the umlaut. Misery Index. And I was like, okay,
Great
so
album.
like basically this is pretty much death metal. But it's associated with punk. And so that kind of was what got me to revisit all that stuff. And before I knew it, I was listening to Incantation and Morbid Angel and all that kind of stuff. And I really liked Nile a lot and still do. And so like, I guess in my late teen years, 18, 19 was when I really, really developed an interest in death metal. And then black metal followed shortly after. Also stemming from a hardcore band or a kind of crusty band was Suicide Nation. Because before that, I always kind of had a bad taste in my mouth about a lot of that stuff. Like I always thought it was kind of goofy. And I just hadn't found the stuff that I was really into. So that's how it happened. And I mean, and now I'll be 40 in in March. So I guess it's stuck. It's not going to go
Yep.
anywhere. This is my life. So, nothing's really changed. I've just gotten fatter and older. So
it happens. Yep. How about you, Melanie? Oops, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. There's a little delay, I think.
I said it's that.
Oh, okay. How about you, Melanie? What's your origin story in the death metal world? You may have already talked about this on your channel, but
A little bit. Yeah. I have an older brother. He's about 10 years older than I am. He's a huge metalhead. He still is really into death metal. And I was very young when he started, blasting the music in his bedroom, buying the tapes, buying the CDs. And it was, bands like Obituary, Death, stuff like that would play. And I was scared of it at first. And I credit Pantera kind of being my gateway into the more heavier extreme music, because that was the first like real like Cowboys from Hell was probably the first like real metal album that I actually really like fell in love with. And then I started listening to Death because I loved Leprosy's album cover. Like I just judged by the cover. I love Ed Repka's artwork. And so I started listening to that, and I absolutely loved the guitars. Like just Chuck's guitars are like his riffs and everything that he wrote are just what really sucked me in. And so I would steal like his stuff from his room when he would be not home, and I would dub tapes in my room, and and then when I got my own computer, I would burn CDs from him because I was nervous to have anybody know that I was listening to that kind of music because it was so like evil and people thought it was weird, like even people in my family. And I also have an older cousin who's around the same age, and he was in metal bands, and he played in several local metal bands in the Chicago scene. He's a phenomenal guitarist, and so that just looking up to both of them. So, and my first like real death metal album that I like bought with my own money was Obituary's Cause of Death. So that's pretty much where I segued in. I think I was probably like 10, 11 years old. So
yeah,
back in the 90s,
That's
right when it was, yeah. And like, but I was also really into classic rock and like Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, all of that stuff. What band was he in? I don't even remember. I'll have to ask him. They made like one demo. Yeah, so I was really into classic rock and stuff like that because that's what my parents listened to. But yeah, as soon as I heard those albums that my brother had and just like the album artworks and the imagery and stuff like that was just, I don't know, was like, I liked being rebellious like that. So now he watches my YouTube channels and nerds out. So it's kind of funny.
he feels that he did good work getting you into it.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, for me, I mean, I've talked about on here before, and Austin, we're just talking back in the dugout, and yeah, Kiss was my entry into music, and from there, just progressed. I was a thrash kid in high school, and that's all there was: thrash and some punk. But thrash towards the late 80s started to get a little oversaturated. The bigger labels started stepping in, signing them up, and signing up less than enthusiastic bands, less than super impactful bands. And I think it was Left Hand Path and Altars of Madness were some of the first. Oh, and Carcass, the Carcass stuff. The earache bands were big. Roadrunner also, Obituary, Cannibal Corpse. I mean, all the general things. It started very quickly taking first priority in my listening over thrash. I mean, I still love thrash, and I just, this year I had another big revival with it. It's been great kind of going back, trying to pick up releases by bands I missed. And, but there is no understating the importance of death metal. It saved me from being completely burnt out on metal in general. And kind of the same way black metal saved me from being completely burnt out on death metal, because there was a spell where death metal was oversaturated, burnout on it. Black metal was the new sound, a little higher up in tuning, more atmospheric, more evil. That really whisked me away for many, many, many years from death metal. I mean, so now I'm back and forth on black metal and death metal, but yeah, it's the origin story for me was through thrash, of course. And here we are today. And it's been a lot of fun digging out these records, because some of these I have not listened to in a little while. So I've been kind of revisiting them online as I've been picking. So But we will get into that. But we will start out with Melanie. I'm sure all of us have huge stacks to show. I know Austin's been showing for the last 2 days this 3-foot stack of records he's picked, and I'm sure Melanie's got a bunch. And we're going to start off by saying we're not all showing classics tonight. We're just showing stuff we love. Some of them, in turn, will be classics. Some of them will be newer. It's just going to be a mix of stuff we like. But we're going to start with you, Melanie. Where are you going to jump into the fray here?
So I pulled Disembowelment, Transcendence into the peripherals.
Classic fucking record.
I am a huge Funeral Doom fan, and lately I credit Worm for this. They released their new EP this year, and it's all I've been listening to. There's a lot of influences on those albums for Disembowelment.
Yeah.
So I pulled this out a couple of weeks ago. I mean, my CD is just I need a new
It looks
CD.
like his dog has been chewing on it for a while.
Yeah, like it's been in rain, everything. The CD is still intact though, and I pulled it out and was like, yeah, I still absolutely love this album. I listened to it again today, just how suffocating it is and how it's got that atmospheric, like cathedral sound to it. Just really like low, slow songs, and just picks up with the riffs from here and there. And just, I absolutely love that album. It's probably one of the first albums that I ever heard in terms of like that funeral doom that I really, really enjoyed. So I just love it. I figured I'm going to at least talk about it tonight. I assumed others might pull it out, but so I covered it first. But yeah, it's a great album. It's their only album too, right? They only released that one full length.
Yeah, and they did an EP too, the Dusk EP.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's amazing how still.
It's
the box set.
This is like a box set version of it.
Nice.
Yeah, thought that might be relevant to you. It was. I got it from a friend who he wanted me to hold on to it for him, and I've had it, and he's never asked for it back. So yeah,
that's a weird request. Hey man, will you hold on to this Disembowelment record, your box set for me for a minute? I can't have it in my presence right now. That's a weird request.
It's a long story. It's a very long story. But anyways, continue on. I'm sorry. I just wanted to show that to you since you were talking about it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where I wish I had it on vinyl, and I know that there's some out there that are relatively decent in price, but I haven't pulled the trigger yet. Even just the CD, I think the cheapest CD I've seen is like $30 right now. I'm hoping somebody goes and picks it up and represses it. Did it originally come out on Relapse? I can't remember.
Oh yeah, they're a Relapse band.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised I haven't repressed it recently.
Well, they did that box set, and then they put out the CD box set of it too, or like a CD digipack deluxe thing, and it's been a while ago though. Yeah, then the members of Disembowelment started Inverloch, which are also very Disembowelment-esque.
Yeah, yep. Actually, I just was on Relapse website. I noticed it was a $5 CD stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that I'm gonna pick up, so I'll look into that. But yeah, I love that album, and I'm in like a very much a very doomy death metal vibe right now. Whenever the winter time, like the holiday times come around, that tends to be the type of death metal that I listen to the most, as well as black metal. So it's always around this time.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for getting us rolling, and you're up next, Austin. What do you got?
Well, just to chime in, I like a lot of the Disembowelment is a band that I've never spent much time with, but I love a lot of the bands that they kind of spawned, and a lot of bands that that they influenced really heavily. Like I love how, like the Disembowelment, like slow double kick thing.
Yeah.
How they do that slow.
Yeah.
I love that. And I love when Mournful Congregation does that. And I love, there's a band that I feel like takes a lot of cues from them, and I will do that as my first thing, since we're on that subject matter. This band from Finland, Crips.
All right, on.
from Finland.
They're from Finland. I didn't realize they were Finnish.
Yeah, they're Finnish.
Yep.
And they're a newer band. I actually have their first album on wax too, but I didn't pull it just because I don't like it as much as these two. These two are amazing, and this is total got that kind of disembowelment feeling, but there's also some super, like kind of incantation-y death metal moments. The death metal bands right now that are really huge with kids that are like this kind of like throwback to this cavernous sound.
Yep.
And there's like a bajillion of these bands that are really, really, really good.
Yeah.
I feel like Crips is one of the better of those bands. And these two records are just totally perfect. And so yeah, to kind of chime in on that disembowelment tip there, I kind of feel like that fits right in there.
Right on. All right. Well, for me, what happened to Melanie? She disappeared. We can keep rolling. She'll jump back in here in a second. Well, for me, I tried when I picked stuff tonight. I mean, obviously, me and Alan and other folks have kind of just touched on this subject throughout the years, and I wanted to try to pick things that I haven't maybe showed as much, but I have shown this album a lot, actually. I have to start the show off with this because this is an eternal favorite of mine. Sinister's Cross the Sticks. This album appeals to my thrash upbringing. This is early death metal when this came out. This came out in, I can't read it in here. It's too dark. The riffs are very thrashy, but down-tuned and heavy. The structures are chaotic, but they somehow weave in these super catchy structures, even though the music is chaotic. I just love this record. I love Mike's vocals. I love the production of it. Alex Kroll from Atrocity produced this album, who was a singer of Atrocity. Love this record. And a lot of people always go to Diabolical Summoning as their favorite Sinister record, which I like it, but it's them trying to be a little bit more American sounding. This album and another album they put out later in their career called Afterburner are my two favorite Sinister records. Afterburner is very much in the vein of this album, but this album is absolutely crushing. I would strongly suggest, if you are not familiar with this one, get it, because it's an outstanding death metal record. Absolutely love it. From the Netherlands, Sinister, absolutely crushing. I don't know what happened to Melanie, so you're back. You're back, Mr. Austin. Go for it.
Well, to continue with the trajectory that she started, I'll go with this Paradise Lost record. So I know a lot of people consider this band to be a doom band, because they were, from gothic to all the way until they turned into a pop kind of goth band. But I feel like this record is like more of like a mid-paced death metal album, sonically and vocally. And it wasn't until Gothic came that they kind of started getting that more kind of atmospheric, doomy kind of sound. And then Shades of God obviously was full on by that point. But I feel like this record totally sits comfortably in the death metal world. And I love this album. And I don't know. I kind of felt like it was appropriate, since we were already talking about kind of deathy doom stuff, to bring this record up, because I kind of feel in a lot of ways like this record might be one of the kind of founding records of that genre. I mean, what was the year on it? I think it was like 89 or 90 or something.
It's really early. Hold on, I'm looking it up real quick. Lost Paradise came out in 90. It came out in 90.
Yeah, I mean, it's old. Yep. I mean, I first heard, my first record was, I got it for my 12th birthday. I got Draconian Times for my 12th birthday. And I actually really loved that record. Still do. But then when I went back and discovered their like kind of more death doom and their early death metal stuff, I was like, oh, this is really sick. And so yeah, I love this album. It's great. Also, this is signed, so that's kind of cool. It's probably not really signed. It's probably a fake. I bought it on eBay, so it's probably some guy just scribbled on it.
So it doesn't say to Austin, keep on rocking.
No, I wish it did.
Stay heavy, Austin.
Yep.
All right. Cool. And Melanie's back after a little computer fiasco. Welcome back. And what do you got?
You guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, my computer crashed, and I don't know why. So I hooked up another one because I have two. So I don't know.
It's because this environment is just too heavy.
Too heavy to comprehend it. Yep. You need to buy a Mac. No more PCs.
That actually, it's funny that you said that because that's what I was on. I was on my MacBook.
What the hell?
And it's a brand new one. It's a brand new one too.
Fuck you, Steve Jobs.
and it crashed. So, and I have my gaming PC that I generally use when I'm recording videos, and I didn't have it hooked up to and so I just quickly swapped out everything. So I don't know. It like popped up a thing said that my Chrome crashed, and then it just completely seized up. So I don't know what that's about. But all right. Anyway, I like lost all of my train of thought. So I pulled Skinless, Progression Towards Evil, New York death metal band, goofy group of guys. They are also known for some of their demos that they've put out. I think this was their only 90s album that they had. I can't remember. But Corpse Gristle pretty much has just been repressing these like crazy like tapes and CDs, and there's a new vinyl which is pressed. And I obviously I've been a fan of Skinless for a long time, and just kind of resurged my interest into them, and I've been listening to this a ton. So yeah, I mean, there's just a really goofy set of guys. They don't really take themselves too seriously. You've got a little bit of that death metal like just imagery, the kind of gory stuff, the stuff that would really make your grandmother cry if she saw it, those types of devourment song titles and stuff like that. But yeah, really fun group of guys, and like I've just been listening to this a lot, and then their gut pumping hits demos that recently just got repressed. I bought that and got reconnected with those, so I figured I'd pull this out. So immediately a band I did not really learn about until I was a little bit older. Wasn't one of those bands that like came out at the record store and said, hey, Skinless released this new album. It was always like Cannibal Corpse, Obituary, stuff like that. So this was a friend's suggestion later on in my life. So, but fun album. It's fun. It's, it's nothing too crazy, nothing too mind bending. It's a fun album to pop on and have a good time with.
I saw them a few times back in the day when they first popped out on the Relapse, and they were always great live. I talked to them briefly behind the scenes, and they were nice dudes as well. Pretty cool guys.
I saw them around that time too. Didn't their vocalist go on to sing for Origin?
Yes, I think so.
And then didn't John Longstreth moonlight with them for a little while too?
Origin or Skinless?
Yeah, because they had some member crossover with Origin, I think.
Yeah, let me look.
Skinless did.
It was... I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know. Origin, another great band to watch live. It's really great watching John Longstreth play drums, whether it was Angel Corpse or Origin. He was always a fun watch.
Oh, dude, they're totally insane. Totally, absolutely monstrous live. I don't know how many times I've seen that band over and over and over and over and over again. I had this in my list. Do
you want to go with that one next?
That's pretty much their best album, in my opinion.
Agreed. There's everything has good. There's good moments on every album, but this album really was a game changer for me. It was the first time I had ever heard a gravity blast in my life. I never heard a one-handed drum roll except for when Buddy Rich did it, you know. And I didn't even know that you could. I didn't even know that you could apply it that way at that time. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I'd heard Buddy Rich use it in his solos, but I didn't know that you could apply it to blast beats, and it just ripped my brain out. I couldn't believe it. And oh God, I mean, I want to say this came out when I was in college. And I mean, and we all were just in awe of it, you know? And yeah, I don't know. I saw them around this tour for this record, and then I saw them on the Echoes of Decimation supporting that when they had a different drummer for a little while. And he was insane as well.
Well, you have to be to play the old stuff, or you're not going to make it.
Yeah. But he was only on that one Echoes of Decimation or something. He was only on that album, and then John came back. Yeah, that's Informus. And it was man, they were amazing. And then I saw them again, and they opened for Emperor in Norway. It was my 35th birthday, and I was in Oslo for my birthday, and I saw Origin play then. That was the last time I've seen them, and I hadn't seen them in years, and they just totally blew my mind yet again. Like, oh, and I was at the infamous show where the singer broke his finger, dislocated his finger on stage in Chicago when they played with Gorguts. And he didn't stop singing. He just held his hand up and his finger was like pointing that way. And he just kept on singing. And then in the break, you know, where they do the da 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 da, and then John does the hi-hat thing, and then he comes back into it and, you know, just flies off the handle. Right when they did that break, the singer's like, "Is there a doctor in the house?" And then it just, you know, like right back into it. It was crazy. And so I was with Colin Marston at the time because, you know, we were working on one of my records. And so we met up, he went on tour, and we met up to kind of discuss what we were going to do and just chill out for a little while. And so when we saw it happen when we were watching Origin, we ran up to the front to go try to see if we could call somebody or see if we could get medical service or something, somebody come put his finger back in. and so we told Luke LeMay what was going on, and he was just like, like totally grossed out. So we missed the whole thing where in between songs, he jammed it back in and snapped it. All of a sudden I heard people start screaming, and I saw the video later where he just went and put it back in and then went like that. And then they went into another song. That is one of the most amazing things. Like that dude, that's dedication. I don't know if my finger was pointing that way, I probably would have been like, well, I guess we're done.
Yeah. I'd be crying. Oh
yeah, for sure.
I went and bought that dude a beer after the show, man. I was like, let's have a beer on me, man. You deserve that. So yeah, that's my record for
all right
there.
Okay, let's my favorite Dark Throne record.
No.
Soulside Journey, absolute classic. This is an album that I completely obsessed over when it came out. Constantly absorbed with it. I loved how evil it sounded. I loved the lyrics on it. Very evil. So when A Blaze in the Northern Sky came out, I bought the tape thinking, yes, new Dark Throne record. Put it on. I was like, what the fuck happened to this band? This is absolute garbage. This is bullshit. What happened? Didn't listen to it again for months and finally put it on and then realized, okay, they're going for a Bathory thing here. But this album, it's really kind of I would have loved to have known what would have came. I mean, you've got Goat Lord. They said that was like the next album. I don't believe that all those songs would have made it. I mean, there's some good songs on that, but it's just not as good as this, I guess. And it would have been interesting to see how they would have developed in this style a little bit longer. I mean, granted, they went on to be, you know, black metal royalty, essentially. Them and Burzum really kind of spearheaded the whole sound, in Mayhem, of course, but I don't know. This album is a classic. I still love putting it on. It never gets old. It's written in such a way where the songs are so memorable yet heavy and really great riffs, good vocals. This album just doesn't get old to me. And when it comes down to trying to pick a favorite Dark Throne, it's easy. It's this one all day long, every day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is great. Absolutely.
Same.
Them at their peak.
That's absolutely my favorite
Well,
one.
I think it's that one or Transylvanian Hunger for me, because I love Transylvanian Hunger.
I like the
adore
black metal stuff too. Yeah. But
I love that record, man. I mean, to me, it's got that same kind of vibe that Consider Dead has, but also has some of that Paradise Lost kind of thing going on too. And it's really gritty. And I mean, I think it's an amazing album. I mean, I didn't put it in my stack because I knew you were going to do it. So,
and Ben called out. I mean, I hear a lot of Autopsy on that. You could tell that those guys were influenced big time by Autopsy. There's just those sick riffs in there. Yeah.
Wasn't it like a joke album though? Like they didn't mean for it to actually be successful.
I don't think any band that puts out an album expects it to be successful.
But like, I think didn't they like do it because they hated how so much people were praising death metal and stuff like that? Like, I feel like I read that somewhere.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I know that the whole idea behind. Go ahead. What's that?
It's all covered in that box set. They talk about it. I've got the Soulside Journey box set. And it's got like all those demos and stuff in it, and live stuff. And then it's got like a book in it, and the book talks about like what they were doing at that time. And I need to read it. I flipped through some of it, and then I watched Ted did an interview at the library in Oslo. He did this really awesome interview.
Oh, I think I saw that where they were sitting down. It was like a sit down interview. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't find an English version. The version that I watched was all in Norwegian, so I only got about 50% of it because my Norwegian's not that good. But I got enough to kind of get some of the story when they were kids and all that kind of stuff. It was pretty neat.
Yeah. All right, Melanie, you're back.
So I pulled this one because this is a story of like I was at a concert at the Rave in Milwaukee. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
I've been there. Yeah.
And I don't remember what show it was, but I was in high school. I feel like it was. I can't remember, but this record was handed to me outside of the venue. Wicked Innocence, Omnipotent. And I don't know if it was actually members of the band or if it was the label that they were out at the time or whatever it was. But it was handed to me in a stack of flyers and shit. And I remember listening to it and thinking, what is this? This is the worst album I've ever heard in my life. Because it's a very goofy, like progressive death metal album. It is a mind fuck. That is exactly the right way of stating it. I held on to it for years and years and years, and I found it a couple of years ago in a bin of like an old bin of all my CDs I still had. It was still in there. And then I find out Corpse Crystal repressed these. And Paul from Corpse Crystal, he sends me stuff all the time. He sent me a ton of these. And I was like, I know that album. Like, I think I have that. And so then I started listening to it again. And I'm just hooked on it. Like, it is the weirdest death metal album I have ever heard. It's got these crazy vocals that just don't make any sense most of the time, but really, really great, like progressive sounding death metal riffs that are written. Song structures are super interesting. Like, there's not one similar song on this album. So yes, they're from Salt Lake City. So yeah, it's a really, really fun album if you're in the mood for something goofy and just not your stereotypical meat and bones death metal album, but you still want death metal. Like, I highly recommend it. And but yeah, it's just such a fun album. And I listened to it again today and I was like, when I was younger, I didn't appreciate it. Now that I'm older, I like that weird shit now. And this is just a really, really fun album. So I had to talk about it tonight. I think this came out in like 98 or 96. But Yeah, mine was just like the CD in like a little cardboard piece of paper with
Mhm.
with like their logo. I don't even think it was the actual album cover. And I was looking for it today. I could not find it anywhere. So I don't know if I ended up getting rid of it or if it's just God knows sitting in a stack somewhere. But yeah, it's a really fun album. It makes me happy that people know what it is because I've talked about it in a couple of group chats and people are like, I have no idea what that is. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right on. Good pull. Austin, what do you got? What's next?
A Canner's Quintet. I love this
That's a
record.
good album.
Yeah.
This is like, yeah, I mean, it's so this is a reissue. I've got a CD version, an original one that actually Tanner gave me. But this one, I don't know who released this originally. I want to say they were a no fashion band, but maybe they weren't. But they definitely had that sound. And I love this record. I think as far as the whole like kind of Gothenburg sound goes, I mean, for my money, this is it. I think it's perfect. And I know that the vocalist on this he did vocals on Grey Dawn by October Tide. And
okay.
It's kind of cool to hear him in that context. So this is, I don't know, this record, maybe they're actually from Stockholm. I don't know. I can't remember.
I can look.
But
I got it up.
Regardless, they have that whole Gothenburg sound. Melodic.
They're from Kungskagen, Stockholm. Yeah, Stockholm.
Oh, right on. Yeah, this record's amazing. The other records are pretty good too. They're not as good as this though. This is like probably my favorite melodic death metal record. Period. Right now. Yeah, it's subject to change, but in this moment, that's what I'm saying because I love this record, and especially the last song on this. The final riff of the album is this really long, almost like neoclassical sounding riff, and it's like nothing really repeats. It's written like as like a long movement, and it's just such an amazing crescendo for the album to finish that way with this like neoclassical sounding tremolo picking guitar and blasting behind it, but it's super melodic and super scathing and sinister. It's awesome. And so if you haven't heard this record, folks that are watching, do, because it rules.
What's the name of the record? I don't think you mentioned it.
Oh, Close to a World Beyond.
Okay.
The Silence of the World Beyond. I always confuse it with the album title. I always get it goobered up with this album. So
yeah, I was just going to say,
yeah, yeah. I always switch them up. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Yeah, Silence of the World Beyond. There's an EP of unreleased stuff that came along after. It's the Canner's Quintet for those that didn't catch it. And yeah, it rules. I mean, it's amazing. There's not a bad moment on the entire record. Every second of this record is brilliant and scathing and melodic and fierce as hell. I mean, it's like cut your damn finger on it. So totally worth it.
All right. Up next for me, can't believe I didn't show this sooner, but God, I love this band. I love these albums too. Gorefest False. This is an absolute all-time favorite album for me, death metal. And their last album also, Rise to Ruin. There was after this record, they started to really suck really bad. The album after this is called Erase. It is terrible. Their take on groove metal with like tough guy shouted vocals. The albums after it got a little better, but still they were lost until they come out. They broke up for a while. They came back with, can't remember the name of the album, white cover, kind of long, but good. But this album, they ended like they started, just really good, well-written, catchy as shit, death metal, hard-hitting, little bit of a punky vibe to it. But this album, I mean, the first song on the album, The Glorious Dead, I mean, obviously that's where that band name came from. But and if you listen to our band, there might be little instances of influence on here as well that rubbed off on, especially in the early stuff. The newer stuff, maybe not so much, but this is an absolute classic record. Never gets tired. I've listened to it a million times. Need to get it on vinyl one of these days, but CD works just fine. This one's also really great. Check them both out. Gorefest are awesome. So good. Get them. Great stuff. Don't deny yourself the awesome. Melanie.
All right, well, I'll get this one out of the way. Immolation, Close to World Below. So this is probably my favorite Immolation album, but I go back and forth between that and, ironically, Atonement. I absolutely loved Atonement.
Atonement blew me away. That was the most. They've always been great, but that record, they were a little more experimental, and I just love that record.
Yeah.
I think it's outstanding.
I listened to it the other day and I still love it. I really like their new album that came out. I think it's a little bit underrated. I don't think people are talking about it as much as they should be. But this one was always the one that ended up being my favorite out of everything. It's one I still listen to the most. I have all their albums and I pull out, the first 2, 3, 4 albums, but this one generally is the one that I can just play every riff on my hand, and like have it memorized and listen to it again today. Like it's one of those, probably a top 3 favorite death metal album for me. I figured
pretty similar.
Yeah, and it's so blasphemous. Like obviously they're a very blasphemous band. Like they're very anti-Christianity. Like that's their thing. And like
it's spooky.
This album cover.
But they're the nicest dudes ever. Too, by the way.
Like this album cover, my grandmother would have cried if she walked into my room and saw this sitting in my CD stack, because she's very, very Catholic. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's probably what the draw for me was essentially this album cover, like the crucifixion just burning with all the naked ladies behind it. I don't know. I think this is the embodiment of what I love about death metal. Just the raspy vocal style, just the old schoolness of it. Immolation, in my opinion, Immolation is one of the more underrated death metal bands. I don't think people give them enough praise.
One of the best.
For sure. They're consistent. There's not a single album I don't enjoy.
Yep. So let me ask you this question, Melanie. When you're playing along the air guitar with this, are you doing the hand stuff that Robert does?
No, I mean, no.
Well, you need to work on that. You need to work on it a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like this. He does the headstock like that.
Yeah. I do. That is one of the few bands that I will go back and look on YouTube and watch their older sets that are on there, and just like I've never seen them live, so that's one of those bands I need to.
They're awesome
live.
They're fucking awesome live.
Oh my God.
I know it's crazy.
I've seen them a bunch of times. We played a show with them once, and like we were the midday at this festival, and then all the 3 bigger bands came on right after us, and Immolation was coming on, and I'm like rolling my cables and trying to get off the stage, and then the blonde-headed guitarist with the kind of curly blonde hair, I can't remember his name. He walks up behind me and he's like, "Hey man, can I help you with something?" And I turn around and I'm like, "Oh, I'm good." And then I see who it is, and I was just like, "I'll be off the stage immediately. Thank you, sir." And I'm like, rolling, like trying to get out of it. So then I run back and I'm like trying to get back to the show so that I can watch them play, and I keep getting stopped, and I get there just in time to hear them be like, "All right, this is our last song. Thank you guys. Good night." And I'm like, damn it. Luckily I had seen them before, but I mean, they are a force live. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. So,
they are amazing.
Yeah, that's a bucket list band. I'll get there. Can't tell you how many times I've seen Cannibal Corpse, but I've never seen Immolation. It's kind of a crime.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, it rules. Now, just see their singer headbang with all that hair. It's so.
He's like the Crystal Gale of death metal.
Like I don't understand how he can move it. It's so long.
It's so long.
It's wild.
Crazy. Yeah. All right, you're back, Mr. Austin.
Well, I'm gonna go. Hang on. I'm gonna go with a new band too. Since Melanie was talking about in the dugout, we were talking about newer bands. This band, I hate how they have their logo on the back. You can't read it, but it's Convulsing from, I guess they're from New Zealand. This is their second record, and I've got the first one too. But it's got Jeff Whitehead artwork on it, as Marty calls them, heavy metal Pokemon.
Oh, heavy metal Pokemon, yeah.
Yeah, I love this album cover. I think it's so beautiful and so well done, and the details on it are just totally insane.
Got to catch them all, Austin.
I'm impressed. I think it's one of the coolest covers. It's just beautiful, and but this record is insane. I mean, it's so heavy and so like it's got this monstrous feeling. It's like the storm cloud rolling in, you know, just like it's like almost grotesque. You know what I'm saying? Like how heavy and nasty and just grimy it is, and it's just pummeling, and you know, it's like you can't get it off of you. You know, it's like it gets stuck to you. That's the only way I can describe how it sounds. This album is Grievous is the name of the record.
Yep.
By Convulsing from New Zealand. And yeah, the digital version comes with a porcupine tree cover on it, which is like a heavy down-tuned version, and it's really atmospheric and beautiful. And I usually hate it when bands put covers on the end of their records. I usually don't like it at all, but it really fits on this album somehow. And the vinyl version does not have that cover on it. So, but yeah, it's really great. And
I think they must have repressed it or something, because that was trending on Bandcamp not that long ago. And for like the top death metal, I was like, oh my, this game came out like several years ago. Did they repress it? I don't know. People started listening to it again. But I have not. Yeah, it's the top of my want list too. I was gonna talk about it tonight, but I didn't own it. But I'm glad you brought it up. It's a really good album.
It bangs. I mean, it's just, yeah. I'm glad you dig that record, because I love the way it's recorded. It's so desperate sounding too, you know. Like it's
the album cover
is a lot of
it's kind of the album cover is kind of like, is this deathcore? Like you kind of look at it, you think that a little bit. But yeah, I don't. But yeah, I saw it trending in Bandcamp probably at the beginning of the year. It's almost a year ago. I remember just seeing it, and I was like, did they repress this? And I'm seeing that there was some vinyl for sale. It was very limited. And so I realized Total Distance Worship was the one that pressed it, and that is Simon. I know him by his first name, but he's in the band Nightmare. And he's got his own like label. He does like really small limited batches, and he repressed it. So that's probably why. It was probably when they repressed it and did that. He presses like really awesome like boutique tapes and stuff like that. He's done a lot of really cool bands. I'm blanking on a couple of the names. Vitriol is one of them that he recently just did. But yeah, it's a great album. So now I literally just wrote it down. Like, need to find this.
All right. I'm up next.
Somebody mentioned that it's Gorguts and ulcerate worship, and there's totally some Gorguts in there. There's and some ulcerate
dissonance. Very dissonant. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I can't tell you how many times I've spun these CDs, and for the longest time I couldn't decide which was my favorite, but I'm gonna have to go with Crimson. But this run of albums by Edge of Sanity are absolutely killer. Unorthodox, Spectral Sorrows, Purgatory Afterglow, Crimson. It's absolutely amazing Swedish death metal. Dan Swano, as many of you know, is a producer extraordinaire, has produced a lot of super classic death and black metal albums over the years, and dark metal and a whole bunch of other stuff. Been in a bunch of different bands. He took this band in a very proggy direction, and that is very much his love for sure. His, bands like Witherscape and Moon Sorrow and Nightingale. They went with his brother, very very proggy, but this Edge of Sanity stuff really scratched an awesome itch during the whole melodic death metal explosion of the mid 90s. Edge of Sanity were keeping it old school death metal, but adding that prog and a little bit of gothic influence too, like the song on here, Sacrificed, very much a Sisters of Mercy kind of clone song. And you got songs on here like Black Tears, which is just kind of a weird kind of proggy rock gothic thing. And of course, Crimson is just kind of like a masterwork, one long 40 some minute long song. Granted, there's movements worked into where there's like breaks and stuff, so it feels like there's track changes, but it's meant to be one full long song. And this is an amazing feat of songwriting. I think this is a great fucking record. Great vocalist, great clean singing, great super deep evil sounding death metal vocals. Swano's a beast, and I love Edge of Sanity. This stuff is classic death metal from Sweden. Do you ever get into them, Austin? I never really ever heard you talk about them much.
So I have mixed feelings about Swano,
Really?
I mean, I like a lot of bands that he's been in, and I like a lot of bands that he's produced. I mean, he's been in bands that I really enjoy. I mean, he's done a lot of work. I mean, he played drums with Catatonia for a little while. He recorded a lot of their stuff, their early stuff, which is the stuff that I like the most by them, like the kind of Black Death stuff. He was in Bloodbath for a little while. I mean, he's done in a lot of bands, but Edge of Sanity is one of those bands that every time I try to get into it, I just can't. And I don't know if I'm just listening to the wrong stuff. And I mean, years and years ago, like God, 20 years ago, I had a buddy that was really into him, and he was always trying to get me into him. And it seems like it would be right up my alley, but for some weird reason, it never clicked. So,
right on.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give it a shot if you have a suggestion. So,
well, yeah. Next time we get together, I'll bring some. We'll check it out.
Yeah, we'll sit around and listen to it. Sounds good.
Yeah. All right, Mel, you're back.
Well, I couldn't possibly do a stream without at least pulling a Warm album and talking about it. So Gloomlord, second album. This actually just got repressed on 20 Bucks Spin for all the people that have been saying they haven't been able to get this. So this will be a new repressing came out, but this is they were out on Iron Bonehead before that. Just, that funeral, doom, metal, a little bit of black metal kind of in there, sprinkled in there. But in terms of like all the Warm albums that have been out so far, this one is by far my favorite. Foreverglade was an amazing album last year, but this was the first time I ever heard Warm. This is where I got to know, Phantom Slaughter. I remember actually privately messaging him on Instagram and being like, please tell me where I can find this vinyl because it's sold out everywhere. It's stupid prices. And he was like, Iron Bonehead has it. You're going to have to pay for shipping, which I ended up having to pay stupid amounts of shipping for it. But yeah, I don't know. I just really love this album. Again, that funeral, death, doom vibe, very disembowelment, worship, a lot of evoking sounding in there as well. But one of my favorite bands right now. A lot of people are like, oh, they're so overhyped, but whatever. I think they're amazing. And like I said, Foreverglade was amazing last year that they put out, but this one is probably my favorite one so far. But I really like where they're going with their sound and what they're doing. The new EP that they released this year would probably be my favorite album if it wasn't considered an EP. But I'm such a fangirl of them now. I just love everything that they put out. So I figured I'm definitely going to show this tonight. And I still listen to it all the time. Like it has not gotten old on me yet at all. So
I got to revisit. I've got their last two full lengths and I like them, but I'm not as blown away as most people are. I don't know what it is. I hear the disembowelment influence and it just isn't as good as disembowelment. That might be the thing. I want it to be as good as that, but it's definitely good. I'm just not as enamored, I guess. I don't know what it is, but I'll probably end up checking out the new EP too. You haven't heard him at all?
I need to give it a shot. Yeah. I've never heard it.
Yeah, I've
never even heard of.
heard through the grapevine their next album is going to be, not, I didn't know it was going to be Emperor Worship, but it's going to be a lot more like symphonic sounding black metal. He's like Phantom Slaughter, like the main guy behind the band. Like he's really into black metal, like really obscure black metal. And so I think he's trying to put that into his music. Obviously these last several albums were the funeral doomy bands that he really worshipped, and you could tell on the sound, but they're moving more into the black metal realm now, which I'm excited about. I think it's going to be great, but yeah, there's probably a little bit of a bias too. I mean, he's the Four Horsemen on Ken's Death Metal's channel, you know, and got to know him a little bit better. And he's just, I think there's probably that bias too there, but yeah, I don't know. I really love this album. I even bought the repress today. I don't need it, but it's like, ooh, okay. Black Friday.
Yeah, woo. Blow money. Yep.
But probably immediately because this one's starting to get a little bit rough. There's a couple corner dings, a couple bends, and so I was like, well, I guess having a plain black record to have the spin for one that I listen to all the time, and the money be supporting him again. So
right on.
But yeah,
good stuff. All right, Austin.
I'm gonna go with a classic band, one of my favorite bands. And I'm going to start. I got 3 of their records just because I couldn't decide. Truth be told, my favorite record by them is a live album because I love live albums, which I know a lot of people hate. But I like live albums. I think they're a lot of fun. But I like this band, Hypocrisy. I love Hypocrisy. And this is out of the old Hypocrisy. This is my favorite one, the first album. But really, the era that I like the best is the Alien stuff.
Oh, Abducted is my favorite.
For sure.
Abducted is killer. Killer record.
Abducted.
It just plays front to back. But I love this album, the self-titled. Everybody kind of poo-poos it and doesn't really pay attention. I love all the like 80s vibe on it. It's got all this like cool kind of 80s feeling, like almost 80s pop moments, but it's death metal. It's amazing. And the new records are awesome. The last 3 have been fantastic. The last 4.
Yeah.
Virus is great. I mean, the new one is awesome.
It is good.
It's amazing. It has some of the funniest lyrics. Dude, Panopticon has got an amazing sense of humor about his lyrics. It's all this conspiratorial stuff. It's like really tinfoil hat and really spooky but he always kind of tongue in cheeks it, you know, like he does it like he presents it in a really funny way. And he's an amazing performer live. He's probably my favorite vocalist, my favorite metal vocalist of all time. You know, I mean, Marty, those long screams on the early Panopticon records where I do those stupid long screams. That was just me trying to be him because I look up to him so much as a vocalist. I think he's just amazing, and he's a great songwriter. Yeah, I love that band. I think they freaking rule.
He's a huge Kiss fan too. I interviewed him for Maniacs back in the day on the phone, and my editor Jeff said, "Bring up Kiss, and you guys will be best friends forever." And we talked for most of the interview about Kiss. It was awesome. Anyway, someone mentioned there's a documentary I haven't watched yet on YouTube out regarding Hypocrisy. I guess it's really quite good. I haven't watched it yet.
There's a documentary, a tour documentary. Sorry, my butt's falling asleep. There's a I'm sitting in one of those stupid chairs that Becca bought, and they're not meant for 255-pound men. So like my ass is falling asleep. Fuck, it's miserable. Anyways, there's the Hell Over Sophia came with a DVD, and that DVD is ridiculous. Like their tour shenanigans and the stories, and they interview Magnus, who's the original vocalist who went on to be in Dark Funeral, and they interview him, and he tells all these hilarious stories, and I don't know, they're such a cool band, and I love that era of death metal. So yeah, that's my choice there.
All
on
right.
that one.
Well, I'm going to keep it. We keep kind of going back to Peaceville, which kind of proves how influential that label was to the birth and rise of death metal. But this might not be considered a straight up death metal record, but kind of like Paradise Lost, Lost Paradise, I kind of clump it in with that. That's My Dying Bride as the Flower Withers. I love this shit. This and the EP. I even like Turn Loose the Swans too, but I didn't love his clean vocals. I still am really on the fence because his death vocals are so fucking good. Why would you not sing like that forever? Why? Why wouldn't you just keep doing it? And this, like the Forever People. Oh my God. That song on here is just a head banging crusher of a fucking song. Their mix of, adding violin to it. And, it's just a very atmospheric, symphonic at times, depressing, heavy as shit death metal record for me. And this is the era of My Dying Bride that I love the most. What's that?
God is Alone, that demo.
Yeah.
Peaceville reissued that on wax. I've got it. It's in my Doom section is right behind me here.
Yep.
And then this is like death metal over here and black metal's over there. But this like one of these cubes is just full of My Dying Bride records.
Yeah, I love it. And
that's
the early stuff for me. It's the early stuff. Dude, like TJ from The Glorious Dead, they're his favorite band, and he loves all eras of it. When they came out with The Angel in the Dark River, I hated that. I spent $25 getting that CD as an import, put it on, and I'm like, what the fuck kind of crap is this? It was just not good.
Dude,
no death vocals at all.
God, it's a great record. It's just you have to come into it with a different mindset. I mean, there's only 2 My Dying Bride records that I don't like. And one of them I won't even utter the name.
Oh, is it the percent one, the percentage one? One of
it just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's like that one Morbid Angel album that never happened. It's the same kind of vibe. Like you just but I feel like the later stuff, like when they came back and started having heavy vocals again with Light at the End of the World and all that.
The Line of Deathless Kings was really good too. That was a good album.
Oh, this guy is talking about this vegan metalcore band. That's Undying.
Yep.
I used to know the guitar player for that band. He's a really nice guy. He was in this band called Catharsis that was really, really, really good. But anyways, I digress. My Dying Bride. Yes. I love that band, dude. Love that band. They're so good. Those harmonies. Songs of Darkness, Words of Light. Heck yes. Great record. Yay. All right, cool.
That's the one. Simon's always like in lockstep with me. Like that's the one that I am most familiar with. My Dying Bride has so many albums out, but that's the one that I've always really gone to.
Well, but if I'm going to listen to My Dying Bride, it's their first 2, the EP and the full length. I don't give a shit mostly about the rest of the stuff, although I like some of it.
Dude, those EPs are killer. It's
The Thrash of Naked Limbs is killer. I Am the Bloody Earth. That EP is killer. I paid a lot of money for those EPs on CD too, which I was so pissed when Angel in the Dark River came out. I felt so dejected and betrayed. Exactly. Oh, $25 coaster. All right, Melanie, you're back.
All right, I'm going like real new, as in this just came out like within the last like month or two. The new Morbific album.
I need to get that. I like their first one.
Yeah, Squirm Beyond the Mortal Realm. So band out of Finland, they're super young too.
They're young.
I think they're like close to being just out of high school at this point.
Yeah.
Their first album, Ominous Sleep Depravity or whatever that was
called,
was such a good album. Yeah. And this is a really, really good follow-up. The thing that I absolutely love about this band is that they're not overproduced. Like they're not using all of this crazy production for their albums. And it's just very raw sounding, demo sounding, garage band sounding. Yeah, they do. It's an odd sound, but for me, I gravitated toward it when they released their first album 2 years ago, and I was so pumped for this when I saw that it was coming out, and of course it sold out because it came out on Masako and Ocho, which sells out within like the first 10 minutes of a release.
Great.
But thankfully, Head Split repressed it on vinyl. So I was able to get it, but the CD and tape is super easy to find. By the way, it's not sold out, but the vinyls are pretty much gone. I think MSU still has some black copies left, but you gotta wait for the shipping and stuff. But yeah, this album, like, yeah, I don't know. It's just it's different. It's not like a lot of the old school sounding death metal albums that come out within recent years. Like they've got their own unique sound to them, a little bit rawer sounding. Like, and I don't know if that's just because they don't have the money for the recording equipment. I don't know. I hope they don't turn into like a nuclear blast, band. I hope they don't turn into like a nuclear blast band where they, are stadium death metal. I kind of want them to keep them more in the underground. But yeah, they're very, very good. It's a very good album. So this is their second album. The first album was good too, but they continue on with this one. So yeah,
that's good to know. That's good to know because I thought their first album, I like this new death metal realm that's trying to sound old, but their sound is just more sound. They're tuned to A. It's just they write it when you tune that low, you end up playing a certain way. And a lot of these bands are going for the cavernous, polluted sound. But that band, they kind of come at it from a true old school vibe because they're actually writing riffs and actually writing songs. And they're not just going for the big cavernous sound. They're actually writing good songs. And I was really impressed. They're just kids, man. And I was like, I was blown away by their debut. I've been forgetting to pick that one up. I need to maybe try to figure that out here in the next couple days. But yeah, great pick. I'm looking forward to hearing that one.
It's a great album.
I got that from Petri.
Oh yeah,
Petri,
the new one.
Yeah, he sent that to me because we send each other stuff back and forth, because he lives in Helsinki and he works at Record Store with Jason from Misery Index and Dying Fetus. Those two guys have been friends of mine for forever. I mean, Jason and I have known each other for 20 years. And Petri and I guess we met, God, I want to say we've been friends since I was in my early 20s. And so we send each other stuff back and forth in the mail and meet up when we can. And he sent me this big ass box of records. I mean, it was just massive. This thick of records. And that was one of the records that he sent me. And I totally dry to me. Never even heard of him before. And I listened to it and I was like, man, this rips. Like it's really, really heavy. Kind of remind me of Mortiferum or Mortiferum or whatever.
Yeah, Mortiferum.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's the other is Petri's store. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of Mortiferum. Where is I've got one of their records.
Disgorged. Is it Disgorged? Yeah.
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
I like this one the best.
I do too.
The new one.
Yeah, the new one was okay. It just wasn't as good as that one.
So the drummer of this band, Alex, he was in this band called Vestiges that we did a split record together years ago, and that's how he and I knew.
Right on.
So Alex plays drums in this band, and he's a really, really great drummer, and he was a great drummer when he was in Vestiges too. And he also did another band called Eos or something like that. It was like a doom band. They did 3 cassette tapes, and they were really, really good, like kind of funeral doom, kind of like a Sunder type stuff. But this band is where he shines for sure. And I finally got to see him live, and it was amazing. And I believe that the artist who painted this cover also painted that record as well.
It's the same guy. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. It is. I checked the LP. I looked at the painting on the cover, and I was like, man, it looks familiar. So then I checked the check the liner notes. But yeah, I love this record. I love this. I love the sound on it. I love the drum sound on it. I love his cymbal choices, especially. It rules. It rules. It's really, really good.
That is probably because that came out like what, 2019, right before.
Something
I think
like
it was
that.
like, yeah, that album I probably credit for really reviving my love for death metal, because for a while there I really wasn't buying a lot of new stuff. I wasn't really listening to a lot of the newer bands that were out. And I saw that album cover and I immediately clicked on it. Like, that album cover sucks you in. And I became obsessed with that album when it came out. Like I bought the tape, I bought the CD, I bought 2 vinyl records. One of them came completely destroyed, got soaked and wet in the rain because I live in Florida, so it just consistently rains here for half of the year. And I was just always really disappointed when I would recommend to somebody and they'd be like, "It's okay." I'm like, "What do you mean it's just okay? Like, this album is phenomenal." But yeah, they're out in the Seattle area, right? Is that the area they're out? Like, that
Yeah.
area of the United States has like this formula of new school death metal that they're brewing out there, or like Vastum, all of them are out there. That I just like, yeah, I mean, like, I've just like fallen in love with that. So whenever they're making new stuff, their second album, it wasn't awful. Like, I really enjoyed it. It was my favorite one to come out last year. But
Yeah,
that
it was good.
album, yeah, that album, just to this day, like, I still love it. Just hands down, think it's great. So if nobody's ever
It
listened to it,
is
you
really
definitely, yeah, it's got a little bit of a doomier side to it too, which I like.
All right. I guess I'm next. Another old schoolish band from Austria. Love this band. Disharmonic Orchestra. This is their first, I think. Yep, their first full length Exposition Prophylax, and their second album, Not to Be Unidimensional Conscious. And this is a very unique band. They're very heavy plotting. Well, not plotting. They have a plunky, low, awesome sound. This album kind of borders on grind a little bit. There's a little bit of a sloppiness in the blast beats. It kind of makes me think of grind, but their heavy death metal moments are just very unique sounding. I love it. It's just a very good, unique sound, good songwriting, excellent, unique vocal style. This album, they started to get a little groovier, and there's one song with like some fake scratching on it, which is goofy. They kind of did it as a joke, but God, the song on here, Groove, they released a video for it where it's just like chicken feet, like walk chickens, like in a chicken farm or whatever. All you can see is the feet moving around for the whole video. It's kind of silly, but the song Groove is so good, heavy, flowing, just a very memorable, groovy feel to it. They're just a very unique band, heavily distorted bass tone. It's just awesome. Great death metal from Austria. I mean, I'm about to show another Austrian band here that have their own kind of way of walking, but these guys were excellent. After this album, they started to get a little weird and kind of fell off the map of things I care about. But this moment in time, excellent stuff. Listen to these albums still quite frequently. They're a nice change of pace.
They're really hard to find too. I think
Really?
the cheapest CD you can get on Discogs for Expo, whatever that one's called,
Exposition Prophylax
is $7, but it's a bootleg from China. So it's like,
ugh.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's the only one I know. The Exposition Prophylax is the only one I know. And it's been on like a want list. I have it on my Discogs want list, and it pops up here and there. It's like $50 for this CD. I'm like, I'll pass.
And it's amazing. Everybody's crying for the death of CDs, yet CDs go for an insane amount of money online. It's amazing.
Yep.
All right, you're back, Mel. What you got?
Let's see here. I guess I'll go back to a little bit of old Opeth, Blackwater Park. So Opeth is hands down top 5 favorite bands of mine. I even love their newer stuff that they put out. I know it's not, the death metal realm that much anymore, but this is top 3 favorite album of mine of all time. album is just flawless in every aspect. I know,
It's brilliant.
Stillborn and Ghost Reveries and all, My Arms, Your Hearse, all those albums are obviously iconic Opeth albums. Yeah. But for whatever reason, this one has always been the one that I've absolutely loved the most. So, yeah, I couldn't talk about death metal without at least throwing this in there. Just Leper Affinity. I know it's the first song of the album, but if you don't listen to that song and you're not hooked by then you're never going to get Opeth. Like, I always tell people that. If you listen to the first song on this album and you're just like, then just don't even try going into it after that. But this is probably the first Opeth album that I really fully listened to and digested, because it was always just songs here and there. I didn't ever, like back in the day of making playlists and burning CDs and, downloading singles off of Napster. But this is the one that I think the first album I ever really bought. This is actually one of the first vinyl I ever bought. So this is like a really old pressing, but it's still in pristine condition. So I don't play it very often for that reason, but I think they just repressed it, so I should probably buy another one so I don't ruin this one.
The pressing is not that terribly old. That was the third or fourth pressing. The first press went out of print like super fast.
Yeah.
And then so what I have is the second pressing of that record, and then they revamped the artwork, and that version. So that version is they went back in and redid the artwork a little bit. So I've actually never seen that in person to get a good look at what they did to the art, but supposedly it's like enhanced. I same as you. I mean, I love that band. I think they're amazing, and I discovered them at Still Life. Was when that record came out was when I found them, and I loved that record, and it was my favorite for the longest. And then I loved that album, but I mean, these days, I don't know what it is, but I mean, this one, My Arms, Your Hearse,
that's my favorite.
It's probably my current favorite, but Still Life and Blackwater Park are like up there with it. I mean, it's really hard to pick. I mean, they're all amazing, and the songwriting is incredible, and Arkefeldt's vocal performance is unbelievable. But there's something about this album to me that has this like weird autumnal kind of magic to it. Blackwater Park, they really showed their teeth a lot more, I think, in the death metal parts. You got to hear some of that Morbid Angel influence that they would later revisit on Deliverance. But
no one ever fucking talks about what the hell's the name of the album?
Damnation.
Ghost Reveries. No one ever talks. I love that
album. Yeah.
Harlequin Forest, and that's just it. Even though that was kind of when they started to really get super, super popular. I love that record. I listen to that over Blackwater Park. I listen to that over Still Life. I mean, I like those records too, but it's either Ghost Reveries or My Arms, Your Hearse. My Arms, Your Hearse is my favorite. It's just a great killer death metal record. Really good.
When Ghost Reveries came out, I mean, I really liked it a lot, but it didn't have the staying power with me for some reason. Like I kept going back to the previous albums. I kept going back to that middle era. It's good. I'm not going to say that it's not good. You know what I mean? Like I prefer that string, My Arms, Your Hearse through Blackwater Park. I prefer that string right there. And
that's kind of the triumvirate.
I've gone through a phase.
What's that?
I went through a phase there where I listened to Orchid all the time, and
it's a great record.
And if you've ever heard this band, there's somebody else who listens to Orchid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tanner obviously listens to Orchid quite a bit.
Yeah. I'm going to show another album that he's listened to a lot too that no one calls out as being one of the direct influences of Obsequiae. It's in my stack. We'll show it later here. But
I just have to add, Harvest on Blackwater Park is probably the only song that will actually like draw me to tears. Just, I don't know what it is about that song, but as soon as I hear it, it's like I stop what I'm doing. I tell everybody to shut the fuck up if they're in the room. Just listen to this song. There's something about it. it gets me emotional. There's not a lot of, death metal songs that'll do that to me. For just whatever that one song, if you're technically, it's not really a death metal song because, but it's acoustic and singing. But yeah, I don't know, just that song is amazing. But yeah, I could talk about Opeth all day. I love them. I love all their new stuff, even their new stuff that they've put out.
Yeah, that's good prog. I'm just not a big prog guy. So yeah, and his whole attitude when he was going full prog, he was kind of talking shit about metal, which a lot of people do when they're burnt out and they want to try to sell their new direction, and they kind of poo-poo that where they came from, and that shit drives me nuts. And it really kind of rubbed me the wrong way and made me not give a shit about proggy Opeth a little bit. So that's something I need to get over, but I have heard some stuff. It's very talented. Don't get me wrong. The guy's fucking genius, but yeah. Austin.
Well, I'm just going to get this out of the way so that you and I can just go ahead and talk about it.
Yeah, I pulled it in case for some reason you chose not to talk about it.
Why would I do that?
I don't know.
Why would I choose not to talk about this record?
The one after is really good too. I pulled both, yeah.
It is really good. It is really good, but it's not quite as good as this one.
No, it's not.
This record, this is a desert.
It's awesome.
A desert island album for me.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt. I mean, it's and what I love about it is a death metal album, but it makes you feel the way that the early 90s black metal stuff did.
That's Norwegian Bolt Thrower. That's a Norwegian Bolt Thrower record. Is what that is.
Yeah, but Bolt Thrower weren't that fast, and this is very fast.
Yeah, but the grooves, that heavy saturated guitar tone and the groove that they throw down reminds me of Bolt Thrower big time. Yeah, and Bolt Thrower were fast. You forget they started off as kind of a crusty grind band, so they did have speed.
Mm-hmm.
The first record, but by the time that In Battle There Is No Law, like it come out, they'd had some member changes, right? And then Battle Master, or is it War Master?
War Master.
Leaving
Realm of Chaos, songs like World Eater. That's a fast.
That's true.
There
was all this like double bass kind of plotting sound, which I guess is as good a time as any.
Jack brings up a thing here that we were talking about. That era of Eternus is black metal. See, I don't get it, man. That sounds nothing like a black metal record. Beyond the Wandering Moon, other than maybe an Atmosphere. There's an atmosphere to that album for sure, but the vocals are all death metal.
And it's like deep. It's there's not as much chordiness in the guitars. It's all single note trim.
Yeah.
And the vocals are all they're super low, and that record is totally death metal to me.
It's a death metal record to me.
But we were starting to talk about Bolt Thrower, and and like War Master was my favorite Bolt Thrower record when I was a teenager, and it was the one that I really loved. But I find, these days I keep coming back to this one.
Fourth Crusade.
Yeah, but I wish it wasn't a picture disc. I don't actually have a real vinyl version. I just have this stupid fucking picture disc, which is a major bummer because picture discs sound like crap.
Some do, some don't. It all depends. This is me. This is mine. I mean, I had it in the pile to show, but this is the ultimate Bolt Thrower record for me. This is a perfect 10 out of 10 death metal riff record for me. It's so fucking good.
I didn't pull it because I knew you were going to have it. It's like
I'm just going to have it. I've talked about it so much. I'm just going to show it and make mention of it that this is an ultimate death metal record. Perfect riff album. Great.
It's my favorite one.
Marty, I think every single time that I've ever been on this with you, we have talked about
you do.
Yes. Well, they're fucking awesome.
We've talked about both at some point. And I mean, we talk about the times we've seen them live and like all that.
I've never seen them, unfortunately.
Really? I thought
no.
I saw him on my birthday once. I met Joe Bench and Carl backstage, and I was super drunk. and I totally embarrassed myself because I was just like, like total fan awe, and oh, it was so embarrassing because I was just smashed out of my gourd.
Mm-hmm.
I should not have been meeting a band that I look up to intensely when I was that drunk. Becca had to kind of grab me by the arm and just kind of pull me off because I wasn't really able to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't, and like Carl was like trying to talk to me about brewing because I told him, he asked me what I did, and I told him I was a brewer. And then he wanted to talk to me about beer, and I was just like, because I was just smashed. So Becca just kind of carted me off, and happy birthday to me. Make a dumb drunk ass out of yourself in front of bolt thrower.
John, I agree that Just Before Dawn is an amazing bolt thrower worship band. They're really, really good. Good band. All right. Yeah, Turnus. People think it's black metal. I don't care. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. But it some of them wore corpse paint during that time. The EP that came out before that, I can't remember the name of it. I got it on CD. Dark. What's the fucking EP's name? EERNUS. Dark Sorcery, isn't it? Yeah, the Dark Sorcery EP is also really, really good. And they started to get real brutal death metal, and then they came back here a couple years ago with the full-length album called Heathen, which is in that good bolt thrower or that good Eternus realm. It's really a good record. So check out Heathen as well. But I'm back here, and I'm gonna. What's that?
So the vocals were mixed really high on the record. The vocals were mixed really high on.
On which Heathen?
On that Heathen, yeah.
Oh, did you not like it? I thought it was I listened to it a lot. I thought it was a great record.
It was fine. It was just the vocals were freaking loud, like really loud.
Yeah.
At least to my memory. I'll have to go back and visit it again.
All right, we're back. I'm staying in Austria because you can't show Disharmonic Orchestra without showing Pungent Stench. And these two are my ultimate faves. I like the EP that came out after, and then the full length after that. But these guys are just depraved, ugly, twisted, shitty death metal, the old school way. Sadomasochistic type lyrics, perverted, with a guitar tone that sounded like it was recorded in a dumpster behind the abortion clinic type of, but in a good way. It's this really nasty, sick guitar tone and those sick riffs, super sick vocals. I just love this stuff. It's just filthy old death metal. And these are classics. For God, Your Soul, For Me, Your Flesh, the debut, and Been Caught Buttering. Absolute classics. Love these guys. I didn't really like the direction they went. And their music stopped being, I don't know what happened really. It started to get a little slick, and I could care less about that. I want them to stay a twisted, yucky mess. And that's what these are. Excellent death metal. Love it. I spun these so many times back in the day. Great stuff. Melanie.
All right, I'm gonna go with another new release that just came out this year. The new Mortuous album.
I have to get that too. The first one I like their last album.
Yeah, Through Wilderness was a really good album. And in terms of the new old school death metal wave, this is one of the bands I think that does it the best, in my opinion. And they pretty much left off where they started with Through Wilderness with a little bit more maturity, a little bit more atmospheric-y, melancholy elements into it. Yeah, it smokes. Like that's a good way of putting it. This album, I probably have listened to this, and it's only been out, for like 1 or 2 months now. I probably have listened to this the most so far out of all the death metal albums that have come out this year, in that short period of time. It's a band that I think gets a little bit overlooked. Their last album came out on Tank Crimes, which is not a very hugely well-known label within the underground and then the popular death metal scene, and this one is on, I don't know, I can't remember what this one was on, Carbonized Records. So again, another
I've never even heard of Carbonized Records.
So yeah, it's a really good album. Like I said, there's definitely a maturity from Through Wilderness. it's got a little bit of immolation sounding to it, so maybe that's why I like it so much. But they definitely they get a little bit more in the doomier side, a little bit more slower, doomier side of things. But it's just, it's a very good, straightforward death metal record. Definitely one of the best ones to come out this year, and it's just one that I've been, it's one of the ones that I just listened to once. I did not know that. Does he really own that label?
I didn't know. I know Necrot was out on Tank Crimes, and you would have thought that band would have put that label on the map.
Luca? I didn't know Luca owned it. Because Luca's like the main guy
Marty,
behind Necrot.
Lances played violin on that record.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Andrew,
on the Mortuous record?
Yeah, she was the violinist from that record.
Oh, cool.
Nice. It's a great album. Check it out.
She's been playing shows with me recently, doing acoustic shows with me and Charlie. So, and Eggs Lance is her band. So yeah, that's an interesting tie. I knew I recognized the logo because I was like, oh, that's a band that Andrea's in. Or played with, recorded with, and has played with some. So that's pretty cool.
Someone's saying it's the roadie from Municipal Waste, unless I'm getting the wrong chunk of the conversation here.
He's the guy that owns Tank Crimes. I don't know his name.
Some guy named Scott.
Yeah, he's very into.
Someone says Chad Gailey. See, I don't know. I'm like just picking parts of the conversation. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it's hard to follow the chat. And thank you everybody for being here. 81 people. Cheers to all of you. Thanks.
But it's a nice little label. They released like Dystopia is another release that they've done.
Yeah.
Necrot's one. That Mortuous, and then they released a grind record recently. It's like every single one of their songs on one album. It's like 100 songs. I can't think of it right now. But yeah, they're a little bit smaller. Carbonized has Steel Bearing Hand. That's the album that they put out last year that was really good. It's like a really awesome thrashy album. And Funeral Leech was another album that they put out last year. So they're another underground label that puts out some good stuff. Doesn't get as much popularity, but a little bit underrated.
Chad Gailey is the drummer for Necrot, and he owns Carbonized Records. Okay, now I'm thanks for bringing that all together, John.
Okay, I did not know that. Interesting. Well, I'll have to go buy some more then.
Right on. Okay, Austin.
Gonna do another Stockholm band. Desultory.
Oh yeah.
I love this album, Bitterness. The one before it is also really great. I've got
That's a good record,
I can't remember.
The one after that is really bad. Swallow the Snake. Terrible album.
Yeah.
Avoid.
No, just pretend it doesn't exist.
Ugh.
Let's put that in. Let's file that with that one really awful Morbid Angel record. But then there's
that one really awful Dissection record too. You can put it in the same pile. Whoa. Actually,
you know. What are you?
I got him all flustered, people.
You're not talking about this one, are you?
Yeah, that's the one. The shimmering turd.
Did you pull it for this episode?
He likes this record. He's one of the 4 people in the world that likes this record.
I like this record, but I also like that every time that I show it to Marty, he gets upset. I've even made him listen to it. I've made him listen to it like
I own it. I know I know the songs. I know them. There's Starless Eon and the instrumental, the 2 best songs on the record.
Instrumental.
Yeah, because it sounds like an old Dissection song. It sounds like not like bullshit that new metal crap that was on there. Anyway, go ahead. Desultory. Continue.
Anyways, so this was their comeback record, and
good record,
and they totally revisited the sound of the first 2 albums, and they just it's like they pretended that they never swallowed any snakes, you know, like,
oh my god,
they let that go. And
Simon likes that. You like that record too, Simon? What the actual fuck is going on down there in Australia? Anyway, go ahead.
Now there's 6 of us.
Yes, exactly. Another one. Right. 7.
I like
God,
it.
you
7.
people.
I like it. if it was released on its own without the dissection,
like that record too. So that's 8.
Yeah. I always tell people, like, if it was released on its own without the dissection name, if it was just another band that John did, I think it would have been successful, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Five Finger Death Punch put it out. It'd probably have been pretty awesome.
There's don't compare it to that. It's not that awful. Yeah.
Well, let's before Marty implodes or shits his pants about this dissection record, let's get back to talking about this band, Desultory,
which is good. That's a good record. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, they are an awesome band. They did another album right before they broke up. I haven't really listened to it very much.
It's good. I have that one too. I like it.
I was really put off by the artwork.
The artwork isn't great.
For some weird reason, whenever I really hate the artwork of an album, it makes me kind of go, I'll listen to it later. And I didn't like the artwork for that, so I kept like kind of putting it off. And then I would listen to it and I'd be like, okay, it's good, Oh man, they're still posting stuff about this. It does sound like Satanic In Flames. It does. Which
In Flames after they turn into a mall metal band? I agree with that.
It doesn't sound like mall metal.
It does.
In Flames ended up sounding like mall metal. But I mean, that dissection record at least has some, some sweet breakdowns where he's like singing in Latin about Satan.
Cool. About the red dragon of destruction and like every fucking song. Anyway,
okay,
go ahead.
We should do a thing where we take a shot every time he says Satan or chaos or
red dragon,
and we'd all
be dead. You'd be dead.
First song.
You'd be dead. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, great. It's great.
Those are great records for sure. I have not spun them in a while.
We can get out of the way then. We could just
let's get it out. We'll keep you up. We'll keep you up while we're talking about it. Let's just get it out of the way.
The main reason that I put this in here was this live record, which I really love.
What's up, Mark? Good to see you, man.
Oh,
I love this live record. It was the first thing that he did after he got out of prison, and it's really good. I fully recognize that Wayne is controversial.
It's important to smell good when you're listening to this record. Yeah. Anyway.
God.
Continue on with your defense. Your completely baseless defense.
This one. Okay. I just put this in there to get you all like, flustered and upset. So that was.
I'm just. How can you come after two of the greatest records ever written and put that fucking turd out? It's just amazing. Prison, man. Prison. A lot of things happened to that guy. I don't know what happened to that guy. A screw went loose. He was killing people, and it's just not right. It's just not right. Anyway,
he was not right. Yeah.
He was not right.
Well, we've established that for sure, but
we've established that. Yes.
All right, moving.
But the live album, I've seen the live album, the video, and it's a good live show.
Yep,
it's a good live show.
It's really good, and it also, I mean, they also inspired, bands like Soul Kendra, which are total like clone bands, and hang on, I'm just rifling through stuff just to get all this out of the way.
Satan made people dumb. Well, I wouldn't go that far. Satan has made some pretty great albums over the years.
I appreciate Satan's position in metal because, but I've got that CD in here. I have that CD in here. Yeah. Where is it?
This is a great record. And
that record is a dissection record, but man, is it fucking awesome. Here it is. And everybody calls dissection black metal. And I read an old interview recently in Slayer Mag, I think it was. Dissection. John considered dissection melodic death metal. just so everybody knows. Evil melodic death metal.
Yeah.
So everybody calls Dissection black metal. I never got that vibe, and this too. People call this black metal record. It's not. It's just a really killer melodic. And I mean, you got the Necrolord cover, the blue hue, and you got the pictures on the back with the gray frame. It's exactly the same as Storm of the Light's Bane. I mean, they made no bones about ripping off the Dissection thing, but God, what a great fucking record. Wow.
It is really good. And it was the same with this too. Sandra was an obvious clone. But it's I mean, it's not a bad thing to clone, right? You know, I mean, it's if you're gonna clone something, at least clone something that rules. You know?
Yeah, exactly. John can say what he wants, but I have a working set of ears. Exactly. Still, it always struck me as when I listened to it, I always heard melodic death metal. Yeah, you could tell he was maybe influenced by black metal a bit. And I mean, he even had that side project, The Black, which was a total old school black metal thing. But I don't know. And I didn't mean to bust your balls about Ring and Chaos. I think it's funny, but yeah, I hate that record.
No, I totally put that on there so you could take a couple shots.
Yeah, and I revisit it. I keep it and I revisit it. And again, there's two. I like Starless Eon and I like the instrumental, and those are the two songs that are good to me. The rest of it, it's just super catchy and fun, and it just sounds like a mall metal record with a little heavier, more evil.
You don't like.
What's that?
I said I know you don't like to have fun.
I don't. Well, I do. I like power metal, so yeah, I like to have fun. Yeah. Anyway,
segues us getting to give you a chance to talk about how much you love Halloween, which was brought up in the comments earlier. So go ahead.
I know. People are waiting. Are waiting how I'm going to work it in, but I listened to 3 Halloween records today. I'm just going to say.
Right there.
Right. We're going to stay in Sweden.
Oh, of course.
Gorment. The Ending Quest. This is such a great record, man. These guys were kind of a dime a dozen Swedish death metal bands, but they wrote really good songs, and I don't know. I just loved them. I thought they were awesome. They never really got the due they needed, the due they deserved. But it seems like as many times as this record's been repressed, I think people have kind of gotten it over the years and realized it's a good record. I just think that I don't remember what label it came out on when it came out, but it just wasn't. It was more of a regional hit maybe than it was a big worldwide thing. But it's too bad these guys didn't get a push because they were quite good. It would have been interesting to hear them do more stuff down the road. But yeah, awesome. Gorment, excellent Swedish death metal, melodic, heavy, great.
It's always an ad in my Instagram feed to buy that album from some label.
Transcending Records.
Yeah. Matt is friends with the guy from the label.
That's this pressing. I've got the CD stuff of it, but I had to get the vinyl too.
Yeah, I have the CD. I didn't pull it. I should have. It's a great album. But every time I see the ad, I'm like, man, this is working. This marketing is working because now I really want this vinyl. I haven't gotten it yet though.
Right. Okay, Melanie, you're back. Sorry, everybody, for the chaotic dissection slamming moment there. Just the way it goes.
I debated pulling them because I go back and forth between if they're melodic death metal or if they're black metal, and I just chose to keep them out of the episode. So
yeah,
feeling good about that now.
I almost pulled Storm of the Light's Bane, but I've talked about it so much. I figured if someone else pulled it, cool. But yeah. Anyway.
All right, I'm gonna go some Death Grind, Cattle Decapitation, Monolith of Inhumanity. This is my favorite Cattle album. They have so many great ones, like Harvest Floor is another one of my favorites. Humanor is another one of my favorites. I actually really love their newest one that they put out a couple of years ago. I did. Great.
Black Atlas is really good. That Death Atlas, that album got me into them.
Yeah, this album was, for whatever reason, Travis Ryan's vocals, just the way he does his like I just got like super addicted to it. I thought it was nothing like I'd really ever heard. He doesn't do that a whole lot in his previous albums. Like they were really grindy in their first, several albums, but This one has always been my favorite. It's one of my all-time favorite albums on my list. I still listen to it all the time. This is the album that I have the most pressings of. I think I have 7 pressings of this album. Every time it gets repressed, I grab it, and then there's one stupid what's that label out in China? I'm blanking right now. People go crazy over their pressings. I can't think of it right now.
Oh, yeah. The
Northeastern Steel or whatever. Yeah. And Nessie.
Nessie,
yeah. I don't know, for whatever reason I love it. And I think what makes me love the band the most is just the guys, like how they are as human beings. Like the stuff that their presence on social media, how they are at their concerts. I've seen them several times too, and just in general what they stand for, and just all the, like, they're goofy too. They put out really funny stuff. Travis has another grindcore side project called Anal Trump.
Oh, that's him. I did not know that was him.
Yeah, which is a parody of Anal Cunt, but it's blasting on Donald Trump. So yeah, I really love this album. I think it's great. His vocal style is just, it's fun. But I love all their albums. I mean, but this was the one that just always stands out to me.
This is kind of no one would know unless you've been here other than Austin, but Cattle Decapitation played Traverse City some years ago, a mile down the road from my house. They were good. It was fun to go see them. I can't remember who they opened for. Yeah, I didn't go for Cattle Decapitation. It was another band that was playing, but this is funny that they actually played Traverse City, which Austin knows how far north we are and how weird that is, but it's weird.
I saw them once at a place called the Bulldog Cafe out in the middle of nowhere in Kentucky. And it's like just outside of Louisville. And I've only ever owned 2 of their records. I had Human Jerky.
Yeah, that's one of the first ones.
Yeah, I had that on wax, and I had Humanure.
Mm-hmm.
And that album had the nastiest cover art. It
got
was
the
like,
horse butt. Yep, the horse guts coming out of the ass.
Like
or the cow. It's the cow. Sorry.
Dude, that was the most disgusting album cover I've ever seen.
I mean, they pretty much all are, except for Death Atlas and Harvest Floor. The rest of
the one that came, and Troppers. What the hell's the album before it? The Death Atlas. What's the album before Death Atlas? Anthropocene.
Anthropenic, whatever. It's got a really long name that I can never pronounce.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good record too.
Yep.
I like both of those records. Death Atlas, I like the gothy vocals on it, and there's a lot of atmosphere and feeling on that record. Death Atlas is a good record. Austin, if you're on the fence about those guys, I would check that record out. It's super modern death metal with grind blast. It's super accurate. Yeah, Anthropocene Extinction. Yeah, it's a good record too.
They have like a very distinct sound to them. Like when I first heard them, I would never have thought they were grindcore. They're very much the death grind vein, but I also didn't really know what grindcore was when I ever first heard them. I just knew what grindcore was because of Carcass. So, but yeah, I think every album is really good. They're different in every way, but I've always considered them to be one of my all-time favorite bands. So, and they're making a new album right now, so I'm excited about that.
Chris puts up that they were I didn't realize that part of that band was in Locust. That was a band I've seen that band 2 or 3 times over the years. They dressed up in the bug outfits and had the Moog. It was cool. They were really cool live. What are you gonna say, Austin?
That was just during the Human Jerky era. In the very beginning of the band there was people from Locust.
I like the Locust. I thought they were really good live. I like the Moog element worked in, and when they blast, it was really cool having the Moog with it. But anyway, you're up, sir.
Ben Smasher got me into this band. So I bought it online. Recipient from Denmark.
Oh, he sent me a CDR of that band, and they're really good. They're a really good band.
This is great. It's really, really good. It kind of reminds me a little bit of kind of Souls to Deny era Suffocation.
Okay.
Got a little bit of that. The drumming's really groovy and really tasty, and I really like it. And it was just, Ben showed it to me, and I was like, this is cool. So I hunted it down and got it on wax, and I've really
What's the name of that
enjoyed it.
record for people taking notes? Eusipian is the name of the band. What's the name of the album?
It's called Dead Corner of the Eye.
Okay.
And it's really good. I mean, it's not like, super melodic or anything. It's kind of Florida-ish, but it's also kind of New York-ish too. It's really great. I really enjoyed it. The drumming on it's just really groovy and tasty, and it's super heavy.
Really brutal. I remember the riffs being super brutal, but catchy.
Yeah, if you like that kind of mid-era Suffocation, like, kind of after Pierce from Within and on, Despise the Sun, Souls to Deny kind of era, I think you'll be into it.
Right on. Okay. Well, this isn't a new album. But I consider it a newer album. Funebrarum with Sleep of Morbid Dreams. I love this record. Super heavy, evil death metal from New Jersey. I think there's members of Evoken in this. Members of Ambassadgrath. You look up Metal Archives, and the bands that these guys were in makes up an encyclopedia. So I mean, there's a shit ton of people that have been in this band, or they've been in a shit ton of other bands, but these guys have got multiple releases. The EP that came out before this is really good, sick and heavy, low tune death metal. But this record, they just kind of got it right. It's just really hard hitting and evil, and just has it's not a New York death metal, Suffocation type of feel. It's just more, oh my God, I don't want to say incantation, but a little bit more of a, organic, old school death metal feel. I've always really liked this record. Super hard hitting, super evil vocals. Yeah, definitely a good one. Check out Funebrarum, The Sleep of Morbid Dreams. Been on the CD player a lot over the years. Good stuff. All right, Simon, you're down with that. Right on. Okay, Mel, you're back. What do you got?
Well, since Suffocation keeps coming up, I guess I'll show it. Pierce from
Oh,
Within.
there it is. There it is.
So immediately I go back and forth between this and Effigy.
That Pierce is better. I mean, Effigy is the classic, but that record right there fucking rules.
This one, I always end up saying this is my favorite one, and probably maybe my second favorite death metal album of all time. And ironically, I only own it on CD. I don't own any Suffocation on vinyl.
Eric
Bauer sent me a bootleg of that on vinyl.
This is a more recent pressing. This is listenable.
So this isn't like that. I bought it off of Meteor Gem today because they had it in stock, and I was like, "Well, nice. if I'm gonna buy Suffocation, I'm gonna get that." So, this is what's to say? Everybody knows this album. Everybody knows what it sounds like. Frank Mullen is probably my favorite death metal vocalist, and I've often said I would take a bullet for him.
All right. There you go.
If he needs a bodyguard, hit me up. And I love their live album that they put out. So I think it was like one of their last tours that they did with him. But yeah, I don't know. I love them. I love Suffocation. I wear their shirts all the time, and usually it's the more like album cover ones, and then they're on the back, like the band is on the back, and people always are like kind of looking at me like, "What are you wearing?" And I'm like, of all the shirts that I wear, this is the one that you question. Like, I don't understand it. But yeah, one of my all-time favorite bands. So
I've only seen them once in a little bar down in Hamtramck, down by Detroit, and they just were mind-blowingly amazing. Yeah. Oh, so good.
Since we're on the subject, I'll show this too. This live record came out last year, and it is just awesome. I love Suffocation's live albums just because the Frank banter is always amazing. Like that live in Quebec one is amazing. I got to see them on this tour. I had never gotten to see them before, so when I saw them was the farewell tour, and I don't know why. I never got a chance to see them, and I didn't really get into them until about 10 years ago, and it was actually Ben who got me into Suffocation.
Mm-hmm.
We were at Cheapo, and he bought a CD and he put it on in my car, and he was like, "Why don't you listen to this band?" I was like, "I don't know." Like, I had Souls to Deny. I bought that from Relapse when it came out, just at random, and I liked it, but I never ventured further than that. Like, that was the only record I had ever bought by them. And I was like, yeah, this is really good, but I never went any further. And so Ben bought that live record, and we listened to it like the whole hour drive. Back then I was living in central Minnesota. And so we would go down to the Twin Cities to go record shopping and stuff when people visited. And so it was like 55-minute drive. And he and I listened to that the whole way. And I was like, dude, this rules. I love this band. And so after that, I got into them and filled in my Suffocation, collection, more than Souls to Deny, and really, really loved it. I mean, and I think Pierce from Within is probably the one that I like the most. But I love this live record. It was so worth the wait to get it. I will definitely miss Frank in that band. Sorry, I had to go I got a different chair because my ass kept falling asleep in this other one. It's a creaky. So, but I guess is it my turn then?
Yeah. Go ahead and show another one. You got a million records. What is it? Can't tell.
An Isolated Mind. I'm losing myself. This is like avant-garde death with some black influences. It's kind of like that Convulsing record. It's kind of like that, but it's got like clarinet, and it's really spastic, really artsy and emotional.
Oh, is that the album you were here talking about? I think TJ bought it and he said it was really weird but really good.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's all about this. I mean, I read about it online. It's about this dude's struggle with bipolar disorder. It talks about it on the back. This dude's living, with bipolar disorder, and he got, this is kind of how he processed through having bipolar. And it was very touching for me and very meaningful. So yeah, I love this record. I think it's amazing. And it really rides the line of avant-garde, death metal, black metal. It's really hard to classify what it is, because it's not black metal, because it's not like grim, and it's not hypnotic. It's really a Vigor Construct did it on, somebody asked who put it out. It's just really, really beautiful. It's a really beautiful record. And if you know anybody that has bipolar disorder, or if you yourself have bipolar disorder, you can listen to this record and you can kind of hear it. So it was a beautiful thing for me to get to listen to and to check out. I've revisited it many, many times. So yeah, I think it's incredible album. Really, really beautiful stuff.
All right. Well, this is one of another perfect riff album for me. And I know the band gets shit for saying some stupid shit, which they do say some stupid shit, but Phoenix Rising by Destroyer 666. This to me is another perfect riff album. It's so anthemic, triumphant sounding. I Am the War God, The Eternal Glory of War, Lone Wolf Winter. God, this record just fucking crushes, man. It's an air guitar headbang record all day long and never gets old. The drum production's a little weird, a little mechanical sounding on this, but it's cool that they redid Eternal Glory of War off of the debut. It's much less chaotic and a lot less like war metal and just an anthemic, heavy, crushing song. I'm not down with what they're talking, what they're about, but I sure as hell am down with the riffs on this record. And Keith's vocal style is very, very good too. He's got an attitude which really cuts through, and he's a very charismatic singer for sure. But love this record. Holy crap. They have a run of really good records, but this one is exceptional. I've always loved this one. Wow. Never gets old. Good stuff.
I know very little about that band. I don't know anything about them.
That record.
So I have no idea. I have no idea
exactly
what you speak of.
Yeah, Keith is a bit of a twat hammer. You're exactly right, Simon. But that record was great. Yeah, Wildfire is really good too, and they've got a good run of awesome stuff. The Joe Bogan experience. That's perfect. All right, you're up, Melanie.
All right, another new release this year, and a band that I absolutely love. I think they're just so much fun. This is the new Mall album.
That you sent me that, and it's a good record. I like it.
Seraphic Punishment, I think is how you say it.
Yeah.
Redefining Darkness. So they came out with like an EP a couple of years ago, and I really liked it. And then they released their first full length, and it's got a mix of like brutal death metal, a little bit of grindcore. Like they're all over the place on this. There's not really just like solid death metal. They add a lot of different elements into it.
Very unique writing style too. It isn't cavernous death metal. There's shit going on here. Yeah.
Yeah. Really, really great. It's a really good debut album from them. The guys are a lot of fun too. I follow a lot of them on Instagram and I've talked to them. And then Jason Barnett is the artist, and I absolutely love this artwork. And I follow him on Instagram, and the other stuff that he does is so good. So when I like that, the album artwork is catching. Like you see that, and you're like, "What is that?" So yeah, it's a really good album. And for anybody that's asking, they just repressed this again, so it's available. Although Simon, I don't know if it'll get to Australia or not. I don't know if Redefining Darkness ships down there, but they did just repress this because it sold out super fast and it was hard to get on vinyl. But yeah, I love this album. It's a lot of fun. It's a really fun album. Check it out if you're looking for something different. It's not that cavernous death metal that keeps getting put out. It's got a different style to it, which I really enjoy.
Are you still in the room, Austin?
Yeah, I'm looking for something real quick because Melanie mentioned something about this artist, and I recognize the art style. And I have a record by a band that I just bought randomly, this band that kind of sounded like Necrophagist, and I just randomly bought their record on Bandcamp, and I wonder if it's the same artist. This band called Cognizance. And doesn't that look like the same artist?
Hard to tell. It does look like the same artist. Same color scheme too.
Yeah, Cognizance is a good band too. Yeah, it looks similar.
Someone also asked what was the name of that last band you shown with the bipolar theme.
An Isolated Mind.
An Isolated Mind. Okay. Right on.
Let's see if this says who did the art on here somewhere. I don't have my reading glasses on, so I can't read it worth a shit. But
yep, same artist. I got it up.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it looked like the same artist. This record's cool. I haven't spent that much time with it, but it was really kind of Necrophagist kind of sound and stuff. So yeah. Okay, so what I'm choosing to go with up next is not something that is new to anybody, but I picked my two favorite Gorguts records. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm obsessed with Gorguts. It's one of my favorite bands of all time. Just totally worship this band, If I was a better musician, I would make music like this, but I'm not, so I don't. You know, I can't even begin to think the way that Luke thinks. So my two favorites are Considered Dead. I love this record. I only recently, within the past like maybe 10 years, have gotten to the point where I would binge on this. You know, before it was always Obscura and From Wisdom to Hate, and you know, oh goddamn, brain fart.
Obscura is such a hard listen, man.
It is, but it's awesome.
It's so uninviting. It's a good payoff, but it's tough.
It's loopy.
But that's the whole point of the record. Is it's supposed to be challenging.
Yep.
Erosion of Sanity is like kind of the in between record. I feel like, you know, like it's really weird, but it's still kind of a normal death metal record. But Obscura is the record where like they pushed it to this whole different level of almost anti-music. And then I feel like they reined it back in, and From Wisdom to Hate, they came kind of back to the Erosion of Sanity feeling, and they kind of chilled back out with some of that. And, you know, but Considered Dead was like their early era death. You know, if you think
old
about
school,
like,
man. It's old school.
It would have fit. It would have fit right in with Spiritual Healing and.
Well, people thought for a long
like,
time that they were a Florida band because it came out on Roadrunner and all that shit. It had a Florida sound. Yeah.
It's absolutely got that. But then I kind of feel like, you know, like Luke got into that Russian composer that does all that really, you know, like dissonant, ugly, disharmonic stuff, and that really influenced his writing. And it's really amazing stuff. And I feel like once he kind of perfected that, that's when we got Colored Sands. And I mean, this record is flawless.
It's awesome. It's good.
This is literally a perfect record. I mean, there's nothing about, I mean, down to the artwork, everything about it, the merchandise associated with the record, everything is so good and so right. Dude, I remember the day it came out. So like Colin and I had been working on mixing the Seder record, right before this record was recorded. And so then he had to mix, well, he was mixing that record right after ours. And so at the time that he was sending me mix reviews and we were going through approving the master, when that was all done, a week later, or maybe a week and a half later, I get an email from Colin. And he's like, hey, I want to share the new Gorguts with you. And so I stopped what I was doing and I downloaded it. I was at the brewery and I just finished a brew day. I just finished brewing and cleaning up. And Marty, you know, at the end of the brew day, I'm usually fucking like soaking wet and covered in, you know, beer cocky and
schmutz,
you know, schmutz. Yeah. Like I got like, you know, grain dust in my nose and I got like, you know, hop sludge and yeast all over me. And, you know, and I'm just sweaty and nasty. And, you know, usually by the end of the day, I just fucking want to go home. You know, it's done. And I'm like, dude, I'm done. Well, man, I grabbed an empty keg, slid it into the middle of the brew house, and then just cranked the album on the stereo. And I just sat there on this empty keg and listened to it 2 times and let it like fill up the brewery. There was no one else in the brewery. And it just was like so loud in the brewery. I just sat on that keg and listened to it. And I swear to God, my jaw was just on the floor. I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was just such an immense album. I mean, it really blew my mind, you know? And, you know, they did Pleiades Dust after that, which is great. It is a good record. But I don't really feel like it as far as comebacks go. Comeback records for bands. I mean, this and Carcass's comeback, Surgical Steel, which I have in there too. It's such a great comeback. I mean, but I'll never forget the first time I heard this record, dude. I was like in awe. I'm still in awe.
Well, he kept it complex and he brought it back. He brought it back to that old school. The songs means something again. It isn't just a test to see if you can get through it. The songs are there. There's songs that you can hold on to, which I really like about that record. And of course, John Longstreth's drumming on it too. Very good. I mean, the whole thing is great. It's a great record.
It is drenched in atmosphere.
Yep.
And somebody mentioned in the comments that they saw Gorguts Between the Buried and Me. I saw Gorguts. I've seen them quite a few times, but one time I saw them with Black Dahlia Murder and Carcass, I think it was.
That's what he's saying. He's like,
Yeah.
sorry, Black Dahlia Murder, not Between the Buried and Me.
And right when that section in the second song where they're doing that repeating dun 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 dun, dun that over and over again, and then they keep half timing it into the kicks, and then then they double time the kicks, and then he goes into heel toe, and it's like that. And I was watching because Patrice from Martyr, who I also have in my stack, Patrice from Martyr had filled in for John Longstreth on that. And I was like, dude, is he going to nail the heel toe? So I'm just like standing there, just like staring at the drummer. And then some dude who was a Black Dahlia Murder fan was in the pit, runs up behind me and just bashes me in the back of the head when I'm not looking. It just knocks the total shit out of me. And I'm like, and it ruined my moment. Like I didn't get to hear this insanity, this drum lick, because I was too busy trying to find which one of the sideways hats I wanted to punch. And and dude, it was such a bummer. It was just some dude, some bro nailed me in the head. When I wasn't looking, I was on the edge of the pit. And I mean, I shouldn't have been on the edge of the pit, but I was trying to get close to the stage so that I could really watch his technique. And yeah, it knocked the fuck out of me. I
gotta say here from Simon's comment here, what fucked up stupid world are we in that Gorguts is supporting Migwa? That makes no fucking sense. That is the dumbest shit ever.
Keep that under wraps, because now people are going to be all like,
yeah,
you're sketchy. Yeah. don't tell that story anymore, Simon. Just don't even.
But it's wrong that yeah. Gorguts were supporting Migwa? That makes no sense.
Migwa's kind of dissonant. I get it.
Migwa should be opening for Gorguts. I don't care. It shouldn't be the other way around.
I mean, I saw Migwa play at a festival in Europe over the summer, and they completely packed the house.
Yeah.
They're
a thing. Apparently, they're a big band, I guess. But
I mean,
their fans over there are dedicated, man. People love it.
Yeah. And they put on a really good show.
They do.
Yeah.
But
I do believe, I mean, as talented as they are, I do believe that Gorguts is in a league of their own. There really isn't anybody that compares, honestly. Yeah, Migwa's drummer. He also used to play in a band called Cryonics, which was really good. And he's an insane drummer.
All right. Since there's been a lot of talk of John Longstreth, let's get this out of the way. My favorite Angel Corpse record, their debut, Hammer of Gods. Love this record. They got a little bit more morbid. Well, there's a lot of morbid Angel on here too. I mean, Gene obviously worshipped at the altar of Trey. I get it, but this record to me has just got an old school vibe to it. The songs are a little more simplistic. God, Consecration, Black Solstice, Perversion Enthroned, Lord of the Funeral Pyre. What a great fucking record. Every song on here is another riff classic. Pete Helmkamp's vocals are just scathing hellfire coming out of his throat. And Gene's an amazing guitar player. And of course, yeah, John, I've seen this band probably 6 times total over the years. And I saw them during this era twice on the same fest. One band canceled, so they played on a smaller stage. I went to both shows, that both sets they played. The second one on the smaller set, you could just see the intensity rolling off that stage. It was absolutely ass kicking. They were so good live. the simplicity of these songs just really translate well live. Just great. Awesome record. Love this band. Wasn't much into the Lucifer and Lightning comeback album, but the rest of them were really good. All right, Melanie.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Some new school. I got Fetid.
Oh, right on.
Steeping Corporal Mess. Band is Portland, Seattle area. You got members of their band. Members of their band also are in Caustic Wound. Trying to think of what the other band they're associated with. I'm totally blanking right now. Of course, now that I'm talking about it, Cerebral Rot. That's the other one I'm thinking of. Really, really murky, swampy, filthy sounding death metal from beginning to end. Really, like you think you just swampy. Like that's the word. Like really murky, filthy death metal. In that old school death metal revival kind of phase. Came out like 2019, I think. Immediately the album that pretty much got me into the $20 spin madness. They released a bunch of albums that year, and this is one of them that was really good. Just I mean, this is an album I go back to a lot. Like I said, it's just one of those really like dirgy sounding death metal. It's not clean sounding at all. Very murky. I think it's probably one of the better ones to come out in recent years, and I still listen to it all the time. And like I said, the members are in several other bands. I think that they also are associated with Witch Vomit, which is another amazing 20
Oh yeah, they're awesome.
But yeah, I just recently pulled this within the last couple of weeks and have been listening to it a ton again. It's just really filthy sounding. Like that's just the best way to describe it. The first time I ever heard it, probably on Bandcamp, because back when I listened to it, I kind of was like, it's all right.
It is all right. It's not great, but it's good.
But it really grew on me. This is an album that if I just want to listen to a death metal record, or I'm like packing orders for my distro, or I'm just sitting here in my room doing like, I put it on and it's growing on me a lot, and it's just filthy. I don't know. It's very much a hyped death metal band. I think people hype them up quite a bit. That $20 spin hype that they circle around. So it's a good album. But if you're looking for something like meat and bones, filthy, this is a good album for that. But I had to pull it because I've just been listening to it so much lately.
I liked it. I got the CD of it, and it's good. And I would say that those guys are kind of the template for this modern old school OSDM sound. And it's great. It's cavernous. It's filthy. It's well done. There's nothing wrong with it. But yeah.
I had to put something like that in here tonight. But yeah,
I'll have to check that out. I've got a couple bands that are similar to that in my stack, which I had a record queued up to go, but I may as well just talk about this now since we're talking about that style, because it might be something that you're interested in. Have you heard this band, Sedimentum?
Oh yeah,
they're a Quebecois band.
Yeah, their new album.
This is the first demo.
Yeah, their demo. So Sedimentum put out a split with Phobophilic. That's also amazing.
Yep.
But their new album, their new album that I should have pulled that came out this year is really good. It's their debut album. So if you haven't heard that, check it out. But yeah, they're a great band.
I just bought it today, actually, because I've got one of the 7-inches and I've got this one, but I don't have the second 7-inch. And I don't have the album, and I didn't even know that there was an album.
Yeah,
because they didn't do a Bandcamp notification. Their label did. So I found it. They had some in their merch store, so I bought one. I bought a copy today. I'm excited. I like this. I thought this demo was great, and the 7-inch was killer. The split 7-inch, so it was really good.
Yeah.
But the record that I was going to show was this. I feel like
Decapitated.
Oh yeah.
Because of what this band turned into, like they kind of got kind of Pantera-y. People forget that at one point they were an amazing death metal band, and that they were kids when this came out. I remember when this record came out, man. Me and all my buddies back in Louisville, we were all just blown the fuck away. We all couldn't fathom that in the year 2000, I didn't find it till 2003, so they already had another album out by that point. But we couldn't fathom that these were teenagers that made this record.
Well, look at Nightside
I mean,
Eclipse. That was written by 16-year-olds. Isn't it hard to believe that
Right.
something that advanced was written by fucking 16-year-olds?
Well, this record rules, man, and I mean it's really good. I mean, the first 3 records that they did were all of them were awesome.
I think they did
were on
wait.
here.
Yeah.
The first 3, the Nihility and the Negation and
Yeah.
that album were all on Earache.
I
think they were actually a sub-label of Earache, weren't they? Like Wicked something or other thing that I had on CD back in the day.
You really touched a nerve with this band. I have a love-hate relationship with that band. Their first like two albums are flawless. I love them. I feel like they changed a lot. They got in that bus accident. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
I met so my old band played a show with them right before they left for the European tour where that happened, and I met those guys. Like we opened for them, and they were the nicest dudes. I went outside and hung out and walked around with VTech, the drummer, and we were just out there like talking behind the venue. It was the same venue that I mentioned earlier that was in the middle of nowhere, the Bulldog Cafe, and they were sweet guys.
I just hate the new album that they put out. Like, and I don't talk about things I don't talk about things I don't like very often. Like, that's my thing. I don't talk about albums I don't like on my channel. Like, I just don't like doing that.
I do.
I know. I just but people always give me the criticism like, "Yo, you love everything." It's like, trust me, I don't love everything. I just only promote the things that I enjoy.
Yeah.
But I just don't like their new album. I don't know, like, the way that they moved into, like, the sound and the type of music they moved into. It's called Cancer Culture. I know those guys went through some shit like a couple of years ago with being accused of things, and then they had the bus crash.
I remember that. It was in the news.
Yeah. So I don't know if that had something to do. I'm sure it had something to do with it, but I could not get, like, the single that they released was like, okay. And then I just could not get into the new album. And it was kind of heartbreaking. It was a little heartbreaking for me because I was such a huge fan of their older records. And I hate when I am like that, when I like older records better than the new. Like, I try to get so dedicated to the band to like all their albums and stuff. And when I end up finding one I don't like, it's like such a letdown. But I don't know. Maybe I need to give it a chance again. But yeah, that album is fantastic. And I just like Nihility and is another one, and like organic whatever. I don't know.
Hallucinations.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the last one that I really listened to. I did buy Carnival is Forever, and I did not like. I didn't like it at all. Like, I liked it for the first week, and then I was like, I'm never going to listen to this again. Like, and I put it away, and I've honestly never listened to it again because it wasn't for me. Organic Hallucinations was awesome, but I didn't really like the vocals that much. I liked when Coven was doing vocals for the band.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then Organic Hallucinations, the vocals were just, it was a little too not my thing. And then after that Carnival is Forever record, I wasn't into it. And I just didn't even bother to check out anything after that. And I have no idea how many records they've done since. It sounds like they've done quite a few.
They've done quite a few. I think Blood Mantra is the other one. Anti-Cult is another one. The Nuclear Blast recordings are just not it for me. They really lost me with Carnivals Forever. Like, I didn't hate it, and then I didn't even realize they released 2 other albums after that. But yeah, I don't know. It's just I'm hoping there's a little bit of a comeback because I just I know like it's there. They've written some really great albums, but yeah, for whatever reason, like I get so sad when people bring up Decapitated. I'm like, their new album just is not it. But some people, obviously, people are going to disagree. But yeah, Nuclear Blast. I also just they don't sit well with me very often either.
Right on.
Yeah, my first time to see them though, it was them and Hypocrisy, Soylent Green, and Nile at Bogart's in Cincinnati. And man, we all drove up from Louisville. Like it was all of us, like my whole crew of friends. We all went up, and right as we got in, Decapitated was ending. They were on their last song, so we got to see like the last song and a half, and it was with Coven on vocals and VTech was on drums, and they sounded awesome. And then they were done, and then after that, Soylent Green played, and then Hypocrisy played, and Hypocrisy was unbelievable. And then, obviously Nile played, and George Coalis or however you say his last name came out and sound checked his drums. So like he did, they did a line check, and he just came out and just soloed for like 5 minutes. And it was the most insane thing. That guy is so good.
Just before the pandemic, we opened for them, and through the whole set, he's playing this crazy shit. He's playing with his eyes closed the entire time. His head up like this and his eyes closed. Crazy.
Oh, dude, they are wild live. I mean,
yeah.
That show, I was front row during Nile, and back then I had like big long dreadlocks like down to my butt. And the whole time I was just like like windmill headbanging. And it was just, 2.5 foot long dreadlocks just everywhere, and Carl kept looking down and pointing at me in between songs and laughing. And I was like, whatever. And so at the end of the show, he jumped down off the stage and just kind of tussled my hair and then gave me a pick.
Here you go, Sonny.
Walked off.
Yep.
Yeah. And I still have the pick. It's taped on the inside of my Annihilation of the Wicked LP.
Right on.
So that was pretty funny. I guess he thought it was fun that I windmill headbang the entire show, like however 70 minutes they played. So they were great. Right. I mean, I've seen them a few times since then, and but that first show was just like,
yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna kick it back to a classic band. People love them, but man, they don't get as much love as they deserve. That's Autopsy for me. I know people love them. This album is such amazing. This came out in, I want to say 89. This came out. I want to check that because I want to be right on this. But that's super old, That's like first wave shit going on there. Autopsy, United States. Severed Survival came out in 89. Year I graduated high school. This shit, Steve DiGorgio plays bass on this, Sessions member. He also played on the Fiend for Blood EP. He was, they're both in Antioch, California, the same area as the Sadist dudes. Autopsy, you can smell the pot coming off this record when I play it. This is like death metal mixed with stoner doom to me. But a lot of people emulate Autopsy. I mean, Dark Throne, Fenris has done it for many, many albums. Even early on, the Soulside Journey has got a lot of Autopsy riffs. There's just a humongous influence, but no one sounds like Autopsy. I mean, they have just got a unique sound. This album, a bit of a progression, a little bit more complex, but still sounds like Autopsy. Both of these are fucking classics. Severed Survival for me, this thing is just, God, it's just a sick, menacing, cool as shit, heavy, great riffs. I mean, I just picked up their new record a week ago in Grand Rapids, and it's so good. It's so good. They're still putting out great records. Exactly. And he's such a great bass player, and he's got so much room to do shit. You can just hear those bass lines creep up, those little bass fills creep through the grooves of this record. It's so good. So good. What a great fit that was. It's too bad he didn't stick with him. I mean, I love that early sadist shit. I wouldn't have wanted to take him away from that for anything, but I love Autopsy. This early shit is so good. It's just fun, awesome, well written, sick death metal. So good.
Do you like the new album cover that they
Yeah, I've got my vinyl version of it. It's like that's the Brazilian cover, I think. Yeah, I prefer this. When this came out, I hated the album cover, but now it's such an iconic cover.
Yeah.
It's the way I want to see it. So when I got the Surgeon, it's a better cover, but it's not right for me. This is the right one, you know. I originally had this on tape, which I gave it away. I had a thing where I'd get the CD and I'd give the tape away. I kind of wish I didn't do that now.
I'm the same way. Yeah. I've been doing that a lot lately. And then like, shit, why did I do that?
Yeah.
Did he play a fretless bass?
Yeah, he can play whatever, but that you can hear the fret. I think he was playing the Rickenbacker on this stuff because it's got that Rickenbacker tone.
Yeah.
But he does play fretless as well. He might have played, I think he played fretless on the Fiend for Blood. It's got that swoopy, the when you slide your finger up on the fretless bass, it just has that unique sound. It sounds like that's what he did on Fiend for Blood, but yeah, he was great for that band. I loved it. Super great.
There's this Autopsy book. It's like a 4 CD book.
My buddy TJ, the singer of Glorious Dead's got that. It's really fucking cool. It's like a coffee table book with 4 CDs in it.
I want it
good.
So bad. If anybody has that for sale, please tell me. That album is I pretty much love every Autopsy album for the most part. But their new album is really good.
I was surprised. It's really good. Okay. You're back, Mel.
All right. I'm gonna do Embalmed. I've got their EP, and then their
look at that fucking cover.
Oh yeah, Boiling Humans. This is the
biggest pod ever.
the perfect Thanksgiving Day album.
No green bean casserole, but we can let it slide.
And then their only full length that they have out came out a long time after this. This was early 90s. This was like 2016. And this is I just perfect old school death metal sounding, just perfect. Corpse Crystal again repressed the shit out of all of these, but like look at them. Texas death metal, and their first 2 what are they, demos? I think they're demos are just so great, and then they go years and years and years, and they released this album. And I feel like nobody talks about it, but it's a really good album. I mean, they still have their sound intact, but it's a little bit more, clean, polished for the time. It was 2013 this came out. But yeah, I don't know. I really love this band. It's one of those underground old school bands that I always tell people, go listen to this. So if you're looking, like Corpse Crystal has been repressing the shit out of this stuff, so you'll be able to find it there. But yeah, Boiling Humans, I was listening to this yesterday on Thanksgiving. It just seemed like it went well. Also, I mean, how can you not love a song called Crotch Cobbler? A funny story is my mother-in-law, who does not like the death metal stuff, was asking how to do something on the iPhone so you can like record your screen and do a video. So I did that really quick to send it to her to show her how to do something. And it showed the music I was listening to, and Crotch Gobbler was the song in that video. Not sure if she saw it. Don't know if she noticed it. So that was a little bit embarrassing yesterday. but really, really good. I love Embalmed. So if you're looking for some nice gems in terms of their older demos, definitely check it out. And then I think their only full-length album is good. I think it's good. Don't know if there's really harsh criticism around it or anything like that. I haven't really looked, but I love that album.
Crotch Gobbler. All right, Austin.
I'm gonna do a more well-known band, but another Gothenburg band. I love Dark Tranquility.
Mm.
Obviously, their older records are amazing. You know, with the Necrolord cover, but I actually like one of their later era. That's not really a melodic. It is melodic death, but it's got like kind of synth, kind of synth 80s vibes to it. So Damage Done, this record.
You told me I got that CD in a pile, and you said you got to check that out. It's good, and you're right. It was good.
It's really good.
CD was in, yeah,
I mean,
it's a good
everybody
record.
wants the Sky Dancer and the Gallery and the early stuff because they are awesome. They're awesome records. But as far as the mid-era stuff, okay, so the thing is about this record, this is a record that like you put on when no one's home, no one's over, and you're not going to be caught listening to it.
I don't care.
I mean,
it's no crotch gobbler, but we're boiling humans.
Well, it's got these like 80s, it's got this like 80s vibe to it, but it's just really good. It's really catchy. It's got these kind of melancholy melodies and very very hook laden, and the production on it is really like misty sounding and really atmospheric. It's really good. I mean, when it came out, they had put out a record before that. I can't remember what it was called, but it was really bad. And people kind of were reeling from it, because I think it was kind of like a new metal kind of thing, if I recall. I don't remember because I never listened to it. I think it was called like Projector or something like that.
Korean Chaos.
Yeah.
Sorry.
People were kind of reeling from it,
Mm-hmm.
And then that record came out and it was really great. I mean, it was really, really enjoyable. So yeah, I dig it. I love their early stuff too. It sits in there nicely with, early In Flames and
Oh yeah,
and,
Simon says Haven, hot garbage. That might have been the one, Haven.
Oh yeah, Haven. That was it. It sits in there with Eucharist. If anybody knows this band,
Yeah.
this is another kind of that era. This was the drummer from At the Gates' brother.
I did not know that.
Somebody says the Gothenburg to new metal pipeline. Ain't it the truth, man?
It's the truth.
It's so true. Like so many of those bands ended up going that route.
It sounds to me like In Flames has kind of shifted. They're trying to be heavier again. The stuff I've heard off the new record has got an older vibe to it, or a middle era vibe. So that's kind of cool. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't given it a chance because there were so many of those records that they did that were like, but I mean, whatever. I mean, somebody's gonna. Bands don't owe us to stay the same. They don't owe that. They don't owe anything to their fans. Like we can always go back and listen to the old albums. If we don't like the direction they go, we don't got to buy the record.
Right.
And so I get irritated when people have these expectations of bands that like put out another record sounds like your old stuff. I get that. That you want to hear more of that stuff, but at the same time, bands they've got to explore new territories wherever they feel they're directed to go, and that's up to them.
And it's tough for a band that's been around for a lot of years, like a legacy band, like Metallica, prime example. They're not going to keep putting out Ride the Lightning. They're just not. And they've been around for 100 years. They've gotten old. They've grown. That band took the trajectory they should have, I guess, because you look at the early stuff, it's full of piss and vinegar. It helped revolutionize a genre. But, as old men, they're not going to keep doing that. They're just not going to do it.
Yeah, and they also are allowed to follow the muse wherever they want to follow it.
Exactly.
That's their prerogative. But it's also my prerogative as a fan to not buy it if I don't like it and not to feel any kind of loyalty to it,
And the fans want, do a record like this record. even if they tried to do that record, it's not going to sound the same. There's different life experience. There's different production, that like, I think of Creator, the early Creator shit. There's just a, youth, the production style, the person producing it, I don't mind new Creator. I think it's good, but it's not the same band. It's a band that's matured. They sound like a Swedish melodic death metal band in a lot of ways now. It's weird, but they're not going to keep putting out Extreme Aggression or Pleasure to Kill. It's impossible. That ship has sailed. It's just not going to happen.
It's amazing what we as humans are capable of doing when we're hungry. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, you think about all those bands. Like, think about early Sepultura. Like, early Sepultura was made out of necessity. Like, Bestial Devastation, they didn't even have a kick drum.
No.
Those sounds were made. Those sounds were made out of necessity, and in those early Sepultura records, like Beneath the Remains, is one of my favorite albums ever.
Yeah, me too. It's so good.
Like, I can't get over. To this day, I still can't get over how awesome it is.
Riffs are great. They're simple but awesome.
Hundreds of times I've listened to it. It's amazing. But are they going to make a record like that? Is anybody going to make a record like that has that sound, that equipment, that feeling? We can't expect people to recreate the past.
Nope.
But there's also a little bit of wiggle room there. We don't got to buy something that we think sucks, like how you feel about Rain Chaos.
Exactly. Thankfully, it was sent to me as a promo back in the day, so I have not spent a dime on that shitty album. Anyway, good points. Good tangent. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you on all of it. And I guess I'm next. Let's go to a left field poll here. This was I haven't listened to this album in a long time, but I remember getting this tape and I spun the shit out of this record. There's a sticker over the logo, but you'll get the idea. Defecation's Purity Delusion. This is Mick Harris and Mitch Harris. Mick Harris at the time was in a band called I've had too many beers. Oh, fuck. I can see the album cover. I can't remember the name of the band. He ended up joining Napalm Death. This is the two Mick and Mitch got together. They wrote this. It's death metal-ish. There's some grind on it. I think Danny Looker plays bass on this as a sessions musician. But this is a fun, heavy, early Nuclear Blast record. Nuclear Blast 018. But it's just, this was before, I believe, Harmony Corruption came out. God, I hope I'm not wrong there. If not, it's the same era. But, Napalm Death went from a grind band to try to be a little bit more death metal. But there's some death metal leanings on this. This is just a heavy, well-written record with some grind stuff on it. But I spun they put out one more record after this. I don't have it. I've never heard it. I heard it wasn't as good. But Righteous Pigs. Thanks, Chris. God, why couldn't I think of that? Ugh. Yeah. Mitch Harris was in Righteous Pigs. And he got chosen by the dudes in Napalm to join Napalm. So Righteous Pigs went away. But Righteous Pigs were also quite good. I didn't really love their vocalist. But this is a good record. A lot of fun. Heavy, good, filthy, kind of underproduced. It's just a sloppy, good, awesome, heavy record. Check it out. Defecation. Melanie.
All right. Might as well get it out of the way. Obituary, Cause of Death.
That's the best obituary record. Hands down.
For sure.
It's the best.
I like mostly all of Obituary albums, but this is the one that I listen to the most. And someday I will get this tattooed on me. That eye has been burned in my skull, my head forever, ever since I first saw this album cover. But yeah, I don't know. This album is perfect to me. I don't have any criticism on it at all. I think they sound the best on this album. I think some of the best songs I've ever written on this album. And every time they repress it with new stuff on it, like this has demo versions on it, I'm like, all right, I'm going to go buy that. So And I recently just bought the new live albums that Relapse put out a couple months ago. Live, Slowly Rerot, and then what was the other one that they did? I can't remember right now. But yeah, Michael Whalen, however you say his last name. But yeah, I love this album. It's one of my all-time favorite death metal albums. I figured at least gonna call it out. Thought it was going to come up a lot sooner, but it hadn't yet. So I was like, well, I'm going to finally talk about it.
I really liked their self-titled last album too. I thought that was really quite good. And the new song I heard is really good too. So maybe the new one's going to be even as good. So
yeah, they used a Lewandowski art cover, album cover for their
new
album.
It's the last piece he did before he died. Yeah.
And people are like mad about it. And I'm like,
why?
Like he was an incredible artist. Like, it's just not an obituary cover. And I'm like, okay.
So what? Oh my God, people, fuck off.
Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, Demolition Hammer art. Yep. And that H.P. Lovecraft book. I might have that book. Yep. That was supposed to be the cover for Beneath the Remains. Or Arise. I can't remember. It was either Arise or Beneath.
What I was just going to say, it was going to be the cover for Arise.
Was it? Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Or maybe it was Beneath the Remains.
But yeah, for anybody that doesn't know, if you hold up the Demolition Hammer album, which I should have pulled it, it's like the actual whole entire painting. But yeah. I love that album.
Great stuff.
Really awesome.
All right.
I was gonna toss it in to mine, but I figured Marty was gonna do it.
I was shocked nobody had brought it up yet.
Yeah.
I tried to pick less common things this time. I tried to keep it a little more underground this time. Anyway, go ahead.
So then, since you brought up an album with an I, I will bring up an album with an I on the cover, and it is my favorite metal record of all time, which is Symbolic.
Yeah.
My absolute favorite metal record ever. I don't know how many times I've listened to this album, but this is my number one metal record. Like, I'm just obsessed with it. I think I'll never get tired of it. You know, I mean, I love it. I love every second of it. When it's over, you know, those albums that when it's over, you're like, nothing else sounds good, and you just want to listen to this record.
Right.
I can't tell you how many times that like this album has ended, and I've just been like, looked at my record collection and just been like, yeah, I'll just play it again. You know, like
Dimension Hatros for me. Dimension Hatros for me. Yep.
I love it. I love this record. So yeah. So an album with an I on it. And then to segue, another band that has death in their name. So I picked this Death Fortress record. They're like a Black Death band from New York, I think.
No one talks about that. That album had a very brief splash in the pan, and no one talks about them anymore. Kind of cool he pulled it.
They have 4 albums.
Yeah.
They have 4 albums, and you know, I love this. It's like Black Death, but it's like really, it's not melodic. It's like really kind of sinister and menacing, and you know, and I love the recording. It's like heavy. It's really heavy and gross, but it's really raw. Yeah, this is awesome. But my only complaint about them is that the later 3 albums, the first album looks totally different, but the other 3 albums, they're all this kind of blue, really busy drawing, and they're hard to tell which one is which if you don't know them super well. And that's my only complaint. I mean, the covers are cool, but they all kind of look generally the same. So yeah.
Sweet. Okay, what am I showing next?
Yeah, great records though.
Let's get this out of the way. I hinted at this earlier. Fall of the Leaf, Evanescence, Ever Fading. This is an amazing melodic death metal album. And if you listen to the first 20 notes on this record, if you don't hear Obsequiae in it, you are not listening correctly. This is a great record. Yeah. And it was apparently a big influence on Tanner and Obsequiae, because I hear a lot of this in Obsequiae, to be completely honest. And yeah, no one ever talks about this band. They just don't. And it's kind of a shame.
Their other band that it is the continuation of that, they just put up their new record for pre-order.
Well, they did. Who's putting it out?
They're self-releasing it.
That's funny. Yeah, this is on Defiled Records, and super melodic death metal. They're Finnish. They're great. Check them out. They put out a bunch of albums after this, and they got a lot more gothic and not as awesome as this. I have not heard them all. Yeah, but this is awesome. This is definitely one you should check out if you're into melodic death metal, for sure. And it's melodic death metal without sounding Swedish. I mean, the Finns just have a weird, warped way of processing. Their music is just a little darker, a little weirder. I don't know. Good stuff.
The record's amazing, and the demo before it is amazing. And the Autumn Fall record, the one that they did, that's the continuation, is awesome. It's basically the same thing, just in a modern era. And so I listened to the single from the new record. It sounds pretty good. So yeah, cool. Best of luck to them for sure. And I love those the Leaf records. So
all right, Melanie.
All right, I'm going back to another new album that just came out this year. Psalm Pantley, I think is how you say their name. Death Doom album, $20 spin. But I know them from being on Transylvania Recordings. They released an EP or demo a couple of years ago. Just really nice spin on how they do Death Doom. It's got this. They play some of the instruments as like old Aztecan instruments. I don't know the exact tribe that they're from, but it's just got a really nice, little spin. It's not like it's a different sounding type of Death Doom album, and it's phenomenal. It's a lot of fun. I love how they incorporate that Aztecan vibe into it, and then I got to show the vinyl because I thought the vinyl was really cool looking. It's the flag, yeah,
Mexican flag,
yeah. But they're out of California, I think Southern California, and just heavily underrated band this year. I feel like not enough people are talking about the album, but just really, really good, straightforward Death Doom album with that little bit of old school. Yeah. He's from Chibalba. I can never say their name. But yeah, it is really good. One of my favorite albums to be released this year. Amazing album. It's just, and it goes by quick. This is one of those albums this year that where it's done, I kind of just like look around and I'm like, well, now what am I going to listen to? Like that's what that has done to me. So yeah, this came out pretty far, like beginning of the year. So I feel like it's kind of gotten overshadowed because it came out so early into the year. But it's a really good album. So definitely check it out. I think it's only two guys too. I think it's a 2-piece band now that I think about it. Yeah, here you go. So yeah, good stuff. Check it out. And their EP, or I think it's an EP or demo on Transylvania Recordings, is really good too. And he's been repressing that tape like crazy. So you can definitely find it. It's a very good album.
Sweet. All right. You're up, Alan. Hi, Alan. If you're watching, hi.
Sorry, I had to get
all right.
Awesome. Yeah. Let me take a look. Oh, here we go. Oh, what the fuck is the name of this band? I can never remember the name of it. Because their logo, I can't read it. I'm getting old. I waited for this record for like a year. I pre-ordered it because I have their 2 demo tapes, and then they released their demo tape on wax, but each side has a demo on it. On the vinyl, it's Conjureth.
Yeah.
With this logo that no one's ever read before.
dripping wax candle.
I can never remember the name of the band, even though I have like all of their stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this took forever to get here. I actually just got it like maybe a month ago, and I pre-ordered it, and there were so many delays at the plant and so many problems. And they finally got it, and so then I got it, and it came, and I was just like, wow. I kind of had given up on it, and it's got cool wax. It's kind of smoky purple, and somebody brought up a Dead Congregation. Man, I forgot to put them in.
I forgot to pull some of that. I love Dead Congregation.
I did too.
That band's amazing, man. Dead Congregation rules. The drumming is so good, so fast. But anyways, yeah, this record is awesome. It was totally worth the wait. Majestic Dissolve. It's totally worth your time. It's like kind of that incantation, cavernous, gross stuff. Their second demo was a little bit less of that. The first demo was a lot of that. The second demo was a little bit less so. It was a little bit more kind of entombed-y to me, to my ears. Kind of had a little bit more of an entombed thing going on at times, and had some melodic aspects. But this one kind of goes back to the first demo sound, and it really rules. It's really, really good. So really good death metal, really good gross death metal. So
agreed. I don't have the new record yet, but I've got the stuff leading up to it, and I like it. It's good stuff.
Oh, dude, get it. The full length is really good. It's really, really good.
All right.
I just can never remember the name of the band because all I think is the band with the triangle, you know, and I know it starts with a C, and then I'll be like, what's it called, you know? So it's hard to remember sometimes.
All right. Well, you can't get through talking about awesome old death metal without talking about Sadistic Intent. Band that's been around for 1,000 years and still do not have a full-length album. And they still tour without having any new songs. It's so fucking annoying. There was this big story, The Second Coming of Darkness. One of the guys from Agent Steel recorded it on his home studio, and something happened to the tapes, and the band never re-recorded it. It's lost to the ages. I don't know. It never came out, but this is a comp CD of their Resurrection EP and Ancient Black Earth and some other demo stuff. I also have a bootleg, Impending Doom, Before the Conflict. This is a bunch of demo stuff on a bootleg double LP, and these guys are Southern California. The dudes in this band own the record store down there called Dark Realm, and it is just awesome evil death metal, old school evil. There's not a ton of blast beats. It's just really the death metal the old way with really well written, dark, evil riffs. That's really all you can really say about it. I mean, these guys are fucking awesome, and they could have been so much bigger if they just would have got their shit together, man. Get a full length out. They're still together. They're still touring. Where is a full length? Why aren't they doing it? I don't get it. But Sadistic Intent rule, man. They're so good. They could have been as big as Morbid Angel if they applied themselves, but here we are. I'm assuming you guys are familiar. Melanie?
Oh, yeah.
Austin? Yeah.
I think the only exposure I had to them, didn't they do a tour with Cruciamentum a couple years ago?
I have no idea. Maybe
them that toured with Cruciamentum.
They could have. I haven't been keeping that close.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure that's who it was, and I had never heard them before. Are they like Latin guys?
Yeah.
And they're kind of Morbid Angel-y, kind of old school death metal sounding.
Yeah, total old school, really cool evil riffs, really good stuff. Mid-range, dark vocals.
I think that's who it was that was on tour with Cruciamentum, and they were great.
Yeah, they're fucking awesome.
But I mean, I was openly, I was there to see Cruciamentum, And so like I watched their show and I was like, cool, kick ass, this is great. But Cruciamentum's up next, and that's what I was there for, because I love Cruciamentum. I think they're so good, and
Yeah.
And then Cruciamentum blew my mind. They were awesome. I was so
Yeah.
glad to get to see them, even though you know Rassi wasn't with them anymore.
Yeah, that dude
I would've
from
loved
Cruciamentum moved to Florida. I think he lives down there.
Yeah,
He's in the U.S. somewhere. Yeah.
I think he's married to an American girl now.
Yep.
American lady. So I met him. He was really, really nice guy. He seemed really cool. Seemed like a really cool dude. They were great live. They kicked ass. They were.
Yeah, check out Sadistic Intent if you're not familiar. It's awesome death metal.
I will. I'll give that a shot.
Uh,
All right, Melanie.
Okay, so this is just probably my album of the year. Just gonna say that. The new Dream Unending, Song of Salvation.
I bought the last album and I still haven't listened to it. It's on my to listen to pile, and I've had it for probably 6 months. I have not listened to it yet.
It's great, man. It's really good. Yeah. It's like Paradise Lost type stuff.
Yeah, this just came out not that long ago, like within the last month or so. And I think this is leaps and bounds better than their first album, if that's even possible, because their first album was so damn good. It is very melancholic. It's melancholic death metal. Some of the most beautiful guitar riffs. It's a beautiful death metal album. Like, it's not filthy sounding or anything like that. It's very death doomy. Just really melodic, amazing guitar riffs. The songs are they're just gorgeous. I don't know. It's funny. I was talking to one of my friends on Instagram the other day, and they're like it's hard to believe it's a death metal album. Like, if it wasn't for the vocals, like, you wouldn't think it's a death metal album because it's just how like beautiful the song structures are. And it's got that guest appearance of the woman that sang on the first album. She's back on this album for the final song. They're longer songs. It does have an Evocan vibe to it for sure. But this album has not left this is probably the first time I've taken it off the turntable since I've gotten it. It's so good. It's got a member of Tomb Mold, and then I can't remember the other band that the other members in.
Innumerable Forms.
Yes, there it is.
Who's a hardcore kid? Who's a hardcore kid? He was in a ton of Boston area hardcore bands back in the day, according to Jason Hook. Yeah.
But it's a really good album. I love the artwork for it. I should have looked who did the artwork. I can't remember now. But yeah, it's really good. There's Unrequited and Ecstatic Rain, the like last two songs on side B, are probably my favorite. But the first song, Song of Salvation, like it sucks you in immediately. It is a really, really good song. But yeah, they're longer songs. There's only 5 songs on the album. But it's a really good album. And I for sure thought that either that Mortuous or the Faceless Burial that came out this year were going to be, but then of course this came out and just, I'm like, well, this is my favorite album. I love it. It's really good. And their first album is really good too, Marty. You should listen to it.
I've got it. It's sitting in the other room. I just haven't listened to it yet. Yeah.
But yeah, don't let people tell you.
My copy hasn't come yet.
What's that?
My copy hasn't come yet, so I'm waiting on it. I'm trying to hold off from listening to it. Like, I've listened to a little bit digitally, but I'm waiting for the wax to show up. I actually listened to it with John Kerr, because he got a promo advance, and we listened to it in the car. And I was like, man, what's this? He's like, oh, it's the new Dream Unending. So I didn't even recognize that it was the same band.
Yeah,
because the first record is different.
Yeah, it is different. They've definitely like matured in their sound with this album. It's a bit more progressive death metal vibe to it for sure.
How it hasn't been that long since it came out, right?
No, I think it's only been like so they released their first album at the very end of the year last year, and then they pumped this one out at the same exact time. So it's been a year since they released their first album, but yeah. It is really good. The thing that I think a lot of people
Wow.
like if you're looking for something brutal, this is not the album to listen to in terms of that. I always tell people that, like, if you want like just Cannibal Corpse style death metal, like this is not the album that you're going to want to listen to for sure. It's a very melancholic feel to it. But again, really great guitar soloing in it. Just it's a really good album.
Yeah, they kind of sit within that world of bands like Daylight Dies and that kind of October Tide, Daylight Dies, mid-era Catatonia like Brave Murder Day, that kind of dark metal.
Yeah,
they kind of seem they fit there a bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit more atmospheric vibes in this one too.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get my copy. The variant on it looked pretty neat. So.
I posted mine on Instagram and it became like the therapy session for the people that haven't gotten their copies yet. Like, oh, I still haven't gotten mine. Gee, I still haven't gotten mine. Been waiting over for a month. And I'm like, all right, calm down. I can't help that I got mine before you. Like, chill out. They're a 2-man operation. Like 20 Bucks Min is a very small operation. And that and Worm came out at the same exact time.
And their shit sells like crazy. So they got a million fucking pre-orders for that, I'm sure.
Yeah. So it'll get there.
Right on. All right, Austin.
All right, so I'm going to put up this Dying Fetus record, Destroy the Opposition.
Nice. Yes.
I love this record. This is kind of the precursor to when Misery Index formed and Dying Fetus continued on with a new lineup writing about different political ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So Jason Netherton has been a good friend of mine for quite some time, and his lyrics on this are very angsty and youthful and funny, but also quite political. Kevin Talley drumming on this record is totally insane. And obviously Sparky is a great guitar player, and John is a great guitar player. He's got some sick gurgly death metal, that kind of thing. It's great. I mean, it's just an awesome record. It's got, it's kind of slammy at times. When it came out, we were all in college and sitting around in our dorm room listening to it, Going on Adrenaline totally kicks ass. It's so good. Those two albums, they're back to back, and I feel like they're perfect. They're just great.
Barroom Brawl death metal. A good one.
And I totally listen to these records all the time. Still to this day. I mean, I listened to them when I was 19, and 20 years later, I'm still enjoying them. I mean, I can't even believe it's been that long since these records came out. I mean, when did this album come out? Jeez. Oh my God, has it been 20 years?
It's been a long time. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Most of their albums are $5 on Relapse right now. So if anybody wants to get into them.
Well, and those Killing on Adrenaline and Destroy the Opposition. Oh my God, yeah. It is. Killing on Adrenaline is 1998. Destroy the Opposition's 2000 when they came out. It's been that long.
It's been over 20 years.
Yes. It's wild. That's so wild. It's been that long. But yeah, I mean, it still holds up. It still rules. You still don't want to wear a t-shirt of this in front of your grandma. Or to work, which I did when I was in my 20s. I straight up wore a t-shirt with this on it to work. And they were like, Austin, you're going to have to turn your shirt inside out. And I was like, okay, will do. For God,
Point
I was
taken.
wearing that.
Point taken.
Yep. No, you're definitely right.
All right. Well, one thing I rarely talk about is brutal death metal, unless I'm joking on it or bagging on it. But there are a few bands in the super brutal, like pig squeal vocal bands that I do like. One of them, and don't ask me why I like this fucking band. They're just one of them that I like the riffs. I like the production. Catalepsy with Gravenous Hour. Oops. This is a Russian band.
Yep.
I've got, I think, 2 others before this one. I'm missing a couple in their collection, but it's just really well. I mean, the early stuff, there's a bit of a yo boy kind of, vibe to it, but this year's is pretty much really straight up, really well produced, modern, brutal death metal. I like the cover art too. It's kind of cool. So yeah, this is a band that is a thing for me, and surprisingly, I don't know why or how, but Devourment clicked with me big time. And it wasn't until their first Relapse album, Conceived in Sewage. But this one, nope, wait, I'm confused. This one, the latest one, oh my God, this thing it's chaos, and it's produced so well. And we have a Jeep, and it's got a pretty good sound system in it. When the bass drops hit on this, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. It's just produced so good. And the bass drops hit right at the right time. It's just like, oh God. But this is a really hard listen. This is a really violent, chaotic. It's produced so perfect. It works. It just works so well. And these guys were kind of the, typical for this genre, the misogynistic, gore type stuff. And they changed their ways. They started changing their lyrics on this. They looked back on their old stuff and said, you know what, that was kind of stupid. So they started changing the perspective of their lyrical stuff. But I've got another one, but I'm missing their first one. The guy, I think you showed it recently with the guy without his head sitting on a chair or whatever. Yeah, I don't have that one, but
yeah.
For brutal death metal, the pig squealy shit, I don't know, man. This shit just works for me. It's just well done, written really well. This and Catalepsy. Good stuff. And I've got a lot more of this stuff than I want to admit. My buddy Zoller, he's into this shit. And the stuff he buys, tons and tons of stuff, what he doesn't like. He just lives in a small New York apartment. What he doesn't like, he puts in a box and sends to me. So I've got hundreds of brutal pig squeal vocal albums that they suck. It's so bad. But these 2 bands are standouts for me for sure. Melanie.
Okay. I'll go back to some more new old school. We got Witch Vomit.
Yeah, they're good.
Buried deep in a bottomless grave. I think these guys are out in the Seattle, Portland area. I admittedly didn't want anything to do with this album because of the name of the band. It's like, okay, this is just stupid. The hell is this band? And then I started listening to it, and I was completely sucked in as soon as I heard that like filthy vomiting in like the very beginning of the song with the dripping water. I was like, all right, yep, all right, I'm gonna like this. And I ended up I fell in love with it. I really like their EP that they released last year, Abhorrent Rapture or whatever that was called. They changed their sound a little bit. It's not as filthy sounding. But yeah, this album really grew on me after I listened to it. And now it's one of my favorites I've listened to in recent years. And again, these this is a Matt Steiker. I can't album cover. He's an amazing artist. He also does like Outer Heaven and a couple of other album artworks that I really enjoy. So this is a really good album. I think is one of them in Vastum? I might be incorrect about that. They're all connected. Casey
yeah. Plays
Holder. Yeah, that's what I might be thinking of.
She plays only live though. She plays guitar for Holder live.
She's a deadlifter.
So, yeah, I know. Yeah. I saw her curl our drummer when we played with them.
Well, Ray, let's be honest. Ray is only 3 apples high. That's not hard. Anybody could do that.
Yeah. What happened? We were all drinking and hanging out, and she picked Ray up and curled him 10 times.
Well, I don't know if I could do it 10 times, but I could,
Yeah, she trolled Ray 10 times. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
I could put Ray wherever I needed to without too much trouble.
But she was really cool. All the Holder folks were really awesome. And then we played a festival with Witch Vomit right after that, and Witch Vomit was amazing. And it was good to see Casey again. She's really amazing. Yeah, killer band.
Yeah,
great pick.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan, and I've got the shirts and all that stuff now too. Like I became obsessed as soon as I got into that. So excited for new music.
Somebody from that band hid some Witch Vomit merch in our merch box. When I got home, I found a Witch Vomit shirt and a patch in our merch box, and I thought that was really sweet.
That's cool.
They did that. Yeah. So I have it, and I just thought that was the coolest thing. There were cool people, nice folks, and I appreciate bands that kick ass but are also fun to be around. That makes you like the band even more.
For sure. Yeah, their first album was out on Head Split Records. So they were one of those Head Split bands that they found. Head Split's really good about finding these underground bands, and then they go on to success similar to 20 Buck has been doing, and Maggot Stomp has been doing recently. I hope they repress it, because can't find it anywhere. But that's also really good too. All the music they've released so far is really good.
Okay.
Awesome.
Austin, you're up.
I picked two records that are, in my mind, very inspired by death. And both of these bands have multiple records, and I don't necessarily like all of the records they've done, but these two records specifically I do like quite a lot, and that is Martyr's Warp Zone. I like this record. It's totally got a death vibe to it. It's really progressive, odd time signatures, kind of thrashy at times. I think this is a really great record, and I think it's criminally underrated. People kind of ignore it. This drummer ended up being the drummer for Gorguts, so that's.
Is Daniel Mongrain on this? Because he's a guitar player for Voivod now. Chewy.
He was indeed on this.
Yeah, he's a guitar player he's been the guitar player for Voivod for a while now. He rules. He's a great guitar player.
Yeah, he was also the vocalist.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Lead vocals, lead guitar. And then the other record that I feel is very death inspired is Polarity by Decrepit Birth.
I like Decrepit Birth. They're great.
That's a good album.
Sure, it's a much more grindy, blasty, Death didn't have blasts. But the melodic sensibility on this record kind of reminds me of a much more teched out version of the Final Death album of Sound of Perseverance. And it's not just because the art's red. It's that if you think about those kind of melodies that he's playing with the way the harmonies are written, it totally has the same feeling. It's just shreddier and more extreme. And there are other records I'm like, yeah, they're cool. A lot of them are too much for me, too extreme for me. But I love this album. I love how melodic it is. I love how harmonized it is. I love the acoustic interludes. Yeah, this is my favorite of their discography for sure.
Sweet. All right. I've shown this CD a couple times in the past, but this is always a favorite. I was really kind of blown away by this when I got it. From a French band called Merciless Abject Offerings. It's got a Salvador Dali, famous Salvador Dali piece on the cover. This is their debut album, and this album is really, really awesome. Heavy, melodic, There's a song on here called Substance of Purity, which is fucking awesome. It keeps me coming back to this. Their album that came out after this, Abject Offerings, is also quite good. It got a little bit more complex at that point. And then they put out a shitty record, and I lost touch with them. I was just looking on Metal Archives, and they've got quite a few records that I've missed. And their latest one just came out in 2020, A Mother of All Plagues, and it's got a 94% rating on Metal Archives. So maybe they're worth checking out again. I don't know, but this debut album by Merciless, Abject Offerings, really, really good, solid. And it's because they're French, they got kind of a different sound. They don't sound Swedish. They don't sound, US. They kind of have their own thing. It's really good, solid, heavy death metal. Good stuff. Melanie.
So admittedly, I only have 2 more records left.
Oh boy. We'll start blowing through. I mean, we're going on hour 4, so maybe we should just start tripling them up. Me and Austin should. And
yeah, I'm actually making groups right now.
Yeah, there's some shit I don't have to show. So,
and these were kind of. I feel like I should give a trigger warning because these are the ones that I get the most criticism when I talk about them on my channel. But I've got.
Sure. So you come talk about it on my channel. Great.
I got the new 200 Stab Wounds, Slave to the Scalpel.
That's a good record.
It is a good record. People hate this band.
Why?
Because they were a Maggot Stomp band, and they're hyped. People love them now. They're on. What are they on now?
Who knows? They moved on, I'm assuming, to a bigger label.
I feel like not Century Media, but I can't remember. But yeah, Metal Blade. Is it Metal Blade? It's Metal Blade. Yeah.
Oh wow, they really went up the ladder, huh?
Yeah. So and they released a new single a couple weeks ago, and it's so good. But this album is just fun. This is just good, new school death metal. They play awesome shows live. They've got a hardcore influence, heavy hardcore influence involved. It's just a really fun album. People hate them. I don't know why. Chris Barnes hates them. We don't know why.
Yeah, Chris Barnes sucks. He sucks.
They had a little bit of an online. He just randomly came out and said "fuck this band" on Twitter, and then it caused like upheaval. Yeah, Skin Milk, great opener. But it's a fun album. I really, really, really enjoy it. I think this is going to be the new wave of our Cannibal Corpse era death metal. I think they're going to have a lot of success like that. So, and their EP is really good too. And then the last album that I had picked is another trigger warning, but this one's just a personal bias. Is the Blood Incantation Star Spawn?
It's a great record. It's a great record.
It is,
it's really good. And
for some reason, people find them to be pretentious and overhyped and boring. The pretentious stuff I can see because they've said some stupid stuff in the past about type of metal that they are. But I love this album. It's probably one of my favorite death metal albums to come out in recent years. And this is actually an album that I won off of an eBay auction that they did a couple years ago, where all the money went towards charity that they did. And it's a first press and all that. And they wrote me like a really awesome handwritten note that I keep with it. And it's just like one of those things, like I've gotten to know them pretty well after this, and they've sent me stuff, and like they're a good group of guys. And I just really wish they hadn't released their latest album, but that's just me. I wish they just released it on a different band name, but I'm not into
synth music.
It's just not my thing. I mean, but some people really loved it, and that's totally fine. But I would have been happier if they just released it on a different band name. But yeah, I love this album. But I get a lot of hate for loving Blood Incantation. People just, again, they're the hype band that, and they hate on you because of that. So,
right.
That's all I had.
All right, me and Austin are going to start doubling and tripling things up here to get the.
I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick.
Right on.
All right, well, I'm going to do 3 in a row real quick. I'm going to start with this Vastum record, Hole Below. I love this album. this band is one of those bands that's so amazing to see live. My band has played so many shows with them. It seems like we always get buddied up with them, and it's a lot of fun to play with them. They're really good live. Their records are really good. I love, how meaty it is and how simplistic it is, but it's still really atmospheric. I love how their live show is so wild. I mean, you don't hang out up front at one of their shows unless you want to get kind of manhandled. And one time I saw them and there wasn't a whole bunch of people in the room, and so I was up front, and I got targeted by their singer the whole show. I mean, literally at one point I fireman carried him back onto the stage. He just kept jotting me, and I just would carry him over my shoulder, and as he continued screaming, I just set him back on the stage, and then he'd lean back into me again. And at the end of the show, somebody came up to me and they were like, "What did you do to make him mad?" And I was like, "That's just what he does. He targets people."
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just a great show. It's they're amazing live. It's just very savage. And the records are great. And this one was the first one that I got, and then I went back but actually that's not true. The first one that I got was not Patricidal Lust.
Horrific.
It was the
first, whatever. Yeah.
No, that's the newest.
The
first one that I got was the first album with the brown cover with all the hanging bodies and stuff on it. I can't remember what it's called. And then I got this one. Yeah, it's gonna drive me nuts. I have it. Then I got this one, and then
Carnal Law,
the newest one.
Carnal Law, yeah.
Yeah, that was the first one I got, and then I got this one, and then they repressed Patricidal Lust, and I got that. And this one I think is my favorite out of the whole group. Which, sticking with that murky feel, I'm going to show my favorite Ulcerate record. I just love the drumming on this record. I think the drumming is so insane, and it's so inhuman and creative and rhythmic and interesting. I mean, it's just really, really special. They've done other records that I've liked well enough. The newest one I think is really good, but this one is, I mean, it's just like, it's something that you can put on and not do anything. You just sit there and listen to it and just be like, wow. I mean, like, the drumming is so complex and there's this fervor and urgency to it. It's really great. It's really, really, really great. I mean, I would recommend it for anybody that likes heavy music, but I would especially recommend it for people who love drumming and who love intricate, interesting drumming. Next is this most recent Teeth record. So I'm new to this band. I'm new to Teeth because I saw them. I'd never even heard them at all. And I was at my brewery was pouring at Decibel Beer and Metal Fest, and all of a sudden the lights go out and this band comes on, and there's like this disharmonic scale, descending piano scale, and they're backlit in the dark, and it looked super cool, and they proceeded to play, and I listened to 2 songs. I walked downstairs to the merch. And I bought everything that they had at the merch. I bought one of everything. And then I walked my ass back up to my beer tent and served beer and just stood there and like staring at them, being like, what the fuck am I witnessing right now? And I mean, and they had copies of this album. I guess it's an EP. It's only 20 something minutes long. They had this because their label was tabling at that event. So I went and got copies from them, and I went and bought a copy from them, and it wasn't even out yet, I got home and, I played it and I was just like, this is insane. Like, this is really, really amazing. I mean, this band is, it's kind of like picks up where that later era Gorguts left off, but it's just really emotional and extreme, and it's very savage and explosive music. I mean, it rips. So that's all my like dissonant new stuff that I have. I picked all that out, and then after you go, I'm going to do like a whole melodic death metal run through to get all that out of the way.
Okay. I'm going to go through some randos here, but talking about evil death metal. First, Necrophobic, The Nocturnal Silence. This is an amazing record. Dave Parland, who went on to what else? What did he fucking go on to? I don't know. He had a black metal project he did. Oh, he went on to do that War project with Peter Tagrin and some other stuff. But this is great. Super awesome riffs, dark, evil vocals. Awesome debut from this Swedish death metal band. Classic. Finnish. Let's go with the Finns. Slugathor. You got Circle of Death and Echoes from Beneath. Kind of doomy but heavy plotting death metal. These guys are just really catchy, dark, super heavy down-tuned stuff. Love these guys. Haven't spun them in a while, but when these came out, I was leeched down to them pretty hardcore. The Finns just have a dark way of doing it, man. I don't know. I love it. Poland. My two favorite Vader records, Black to the Blind and De Profundis. There is no denying Doc was an amazing drummer. Rest in peace. Just a blast furnace. So clean. Such a clean blasting guy. And these records, love Peter's vocals. Again, kind of dark and evil, but fast and so catchy. Excellent. Love those. I even like the Ultimate Incantation, but they don't. After that record, they kind of stopped sounding like that. Oh my God, this is great too. Another Finnish band, I believe. Yes. Disgraced. Grey Misery. This album fucking rules. Carcass Worship. Early Carcass Worship. My Dark Paradise. What a great song. Real dirty bass tone cuts through this. I really like a band that has that filthy bass tone that's really prominent in the mix. Gives it kind of a punk edge. But look at them. They just look like young little babies up there. Love it. But this album is so catchy, memorable, dark, heavy, twisted, sick, excellent death metal. Carcass Worship. I have so much stuff here. These two bands are connected. Zan is in both of these bands. Divine Eve, As the Angels Weep. There's the with the Vengeful and Obsidient. And when this band broke up, this band was formed, Crimson Relic with Purgatory's Reign. This band is very groovy. There's a definite Celtic Frost vibe on this that goes through all of it. Real slow mid-pace stuff. Super thick, heavy guitar tone that really lays into those Celtic Frost riffs, but they give a little bit of a groove element to it too. Super catchy. This album is filled with hooks, man. Zan's vocals are just dark, heavy. I like how, not only are the guitars down tuned, but the drums sound really low tuned too. So it just has a plodding funk to the drum sound. Excellent. I can let it go around. Okay, you're up, Austin.
All right, I'm going to rip through a bunch of stuff real quick. Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier you're talking about Carcass. I would be remiss if I did not bring up the Carcass comeback record, Surgical Steel.
Captive Bolt Pistol. Best song on there. I love it.
I think this is a great comeback record. Not a lot of bands can disappear from the world for so long and then come back with a really awesome record that encompasses all the eras of their band in a really well done way. I think this is a kick-ass album. So now on to the slew of melodic death metal records that I have that I think are worth mentioning. Nightingales, Towards the Twilight. This is really, really good melodic death metal in the Swedish style by a German band. And It's just really catchy, really hooky. If you like early In Flames, like that kind of sound. Basically, if you like anything that Tanner's into, you'll like this because it rules, and it's from that era. It's very, very good. Finnish band Insomnium, which is really well known. I love this record. It's really hooky. It's really catchy. For people that like more brutal stuff, they're not going to be into this. But if you like Dark Tranquility and that kind of thing, you're going to be into it. It's really good. I like it. I love that record. Congregating, which is a Swedish band. They're totally a dissection style band. This is from the mid 90s. Tusen år har gått is the name of the record. 1,000 years have gone, or 1,000 years have passed, or something like that. 1,000 years have gone. It's really, really good. They were really young when they made this record. This is great. I mean, this is. I would sit this right up there with Storm of the Light's Bane. I mean, it kicks ass. I listen to this all the time. Love this record. Another band that's from that same era, Sacrilege. The 5th Season, super melodic, super beautiful melodic death from Gothenburg area. They have another album called Lost in the Beauty You Slay, which is not quite as melodic as this. It's still really, really good. Love this record. If you're into that melodic kind of no fashion kind of style, this is definitely for you. I mean, it would be difficult to not talk about this album.
Oh, so good.
Every time that I'm standing outside and the Northern Lights come out, I'm like, throw on North from here.
Mm-hmm.
Over this past summer, like I was sitting on the porch drinking beers and hanging, and I looked over and the Northern Lights come ripping across the sky, and I was like, hang on just a second, like turn this on and listen to it front to back. And I mean, it's just such a great record. I love this. I love this pressing too. They finally got the artwork right, because the original artwork, you can't really tell quite what it is. And I love this version. You can see the aurora like really well, and the inside, it's got like where I go trail running on it. It just cracks me up. Like that's straight. I mean, I took a picture that looks identical to this album cover in my driveway. The other day, So I have this like love for this record. It's the only sentenced record that I really get into.
Oh, I love the one after it too. Amok is so good.
Really?
I love it,
man.
I love it so much. They're both great.
So
their first 4 albums sound nothing like each other. It's amazing.
Yeah, totally different bands each time. Since we're talking about that, we may as well talk about Dawn Slaughter Son, which
that's a great album.
So good.
It's unbelievable.
It's long but unbelievable.
I like all their records. I mean, they're all cool stuff, but this one is really special. It's really something unique and awesome. It's got this aggression, which brings us to being able to talk about Gates of Ishtar, which is similar era. They did all these. I mean, some of these albums are not good. Some of these Gates of Ishtar records are not good. However, I included this because of this Necrolord artwork in these reissues. They did this. Necrolord did all these paintings, and sorry, I had to sneeze. This painting is sick. I mean, look at that.
Very cool.
How sick that is. So I just, I like these records. They're good enough. They're, they fit within that style. But I don't know. I wanted to share this because I love Necrolord's artwork.
Yeah,
it rips. My favorite At the Gates record, with Fear Kiss the Burning Darkness. My favorite At the Gates record used to be Slaughter of the Soul, because that's that's the one that everybody likes. But for some weird reason, it's amazing. But for some weird reason, in the past few years, I mean, when I first bought this album 20 something years ago, I loved it and I thought it was good, but it didn't hit me, you know, the way that Slaughter of the Soul did. And I don't know what it is, but recently this album, in the past few years, I listened to it and there's something about it that just like, I don't know. It just nails me. I love it. I love the way it's recorded. I love the melodies. I love how it kind of wanders. And I think what it is it kind of has the same vibe as the Cantorus Quintet, kind of the same feeling. And I love this record, man. Great record. Which brings me to a criminally underrated band from Uppsala, Sarcasm. Sarcasm is, this is a collection of Sarcasm material, all the demos and stuff.
Yeah.
It's all on there. There's also a really sick demo box set, which I got as well. This just tapes, reproductions of the individual cassette tapes. And this is like one on each side of the record or whatever. And then they did their full length. They released their full length as well. And then they've done a series of full lengths since then. And all of them have been pretty good. But the demos are just super raw and unique and interesting.
What was the name of the debut album? The Last of the Sunset Faded or something? Was that the name of the album?
Oh gosh.
Hold on, I'll look it up because that album really does rule.
I'll just grab it. It's all my Sarcasm stuff is all in the same spot. So
I'm not even fucking close. Oh, A Touch of the Burning Red Sunset. It's a compilation.
Well, that's
Breath of Night Records. Breath of Night Records put that out, which was done by Andy Smith or Andy Harris from Judas Iscariot, or Akhenaten from Judas Iscariot put that out. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
The Burning Red Sunset was a double CD thing.
My original is a single CD, but I don't whatever. They must have reissued it a million times at this point.
So
Sarcasm rule though.
There's Burial Dimensions, which I think was the full length that was recorded in the 90s that never came out.
Okay.
And so and then this was the follow-up, the Within the Sphere of Ethereal Minds, and it kind of keeps with the same.
I've got that one. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, they're all good. And then there was this one, this Esoteric Tales of the Unserene. I liked this one a lot. The artwork totally looks like something that would be drawn on somebody's like Trapper Keeper or whatever. It's super sick. And then this is the newest one that just came out, this Stellar Stream Obscured. I've only listened to this once, so I'm not super familiar with it. But yeah, I like that band. I especially like the demos. I think that they are really, really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. My next slab here.
So somebody says that Burial Dimensions was the first proper album, but to my knowledge, it wasn't released until like way after they were broken up. And then the Burning Red Sunset, I think, was a demo cassette.
They must have reissued it as an EP or something.
They did not. It was it's right here. I've got it. But there was a compilation. There was a compilation under the same name, but this is the demo cassette version. This is a reproduction. This isn't real.
Yeah.
This came with this, cool box set with like, you know, it's got a book in it and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Tapes, man, they're a thing now. What the fuck? Why? Anyway, all right. God, this band is so good. Chasm, Procession of the Infraworld. God, this album is good. All the Chasm stuff is good, but this one is really super special. I like how heavy the drum production is. 12 out of 500. Daniel Corchado, man, he writes awesome riffs. He's got a great voice. I saw Chasm probably 5 or 6 times, hung out with the dudes. They're just great guys, and they write awesome, evil, sick death metal. Old school with an evil vibe to it. This is my favorite of their bunch. They just put out a new album, which I'll probably talk about on the channel at some point. It's really good as well. Daniel's he just has an ear for really great riffs, and this is awesome. For those of you that don't know, he was in Incantation for a while. He sang on Diabolical Conquest and an EP, something of the Goat, or the Forsaken Morning of Angelic Anguish. I think he sang on that too. I don't know. Anyway, check out the Chasm. Finnish Gods right here. Karelian Isthmus. Absolutely worship this record. I like Tales from a Thousand Lakes as well. They started to get a little fruity tooty in the keyboards for me there, but this record just has an awesome atmosphere. The songs are just kind of even keel. They just kind of plod along. They just have a really cool, unique atmosphere to them. Love Tommy's vocals. Awesome classic record. I pulled this. It's kind of hard to call this straight up death metal, but there's elements of death metal in it. There's elements of crust in it. There's elements of grindcore in it. But I've always loved this record. Prophecy of Doom. Acknowledge the Confusion Master. These guys are super political, from the UK. It was a peaceful record, early peaceful release. Yeah, super awesome, heavy, plodding, crusty death metal. Love this stuff. Check out The Matrix, also very good record. And though the fuck, I'm having a total mind. Hold on 1 second. Brain fart. Yes, Nightmares Made Flesh is my favorite by this band. I really love Peter Togren's vocals on that, but this is my favorite Ackerfeld vocal performance ever.
Oh yeah.
It's so good.
Unblessing the Purity. There's a song on here called Blasting the Virgin Born. It's the lead off track. Holy fuck, what a song, man. That song is just absolute perfection. It's exciting the way they structured the song, the riffs, the way Michael sings over it. It's just absolute fucking death metal perfection. Killer sick cover too. It's always just been it's just disturbing. It's a disturbing, cool fucking piece. But yeah, I mean, this is probably my favorite Ackerfeld vocal performance. He's just off the fucking tracks on this one. Blasting the Virgin Board. God, I think, just say the name, I want to listen to it.
Yeah, it rules, man.
I've got enough for one more round, so I'll just let that go. I'll put Austin back on.
All right, well, I'm gonna do everything I got. Just like fly through it real quick.
Right on.
All right. So this band, I like this band a lot, but really, only really 2 albums that are back to back. The 3 albums before that kind of verged on being black metal. And then I was on the fence about showing this record because this band has a tendency to have really vulgar artwork that I think is kind of misogynistic. But I also don't know if that's their intent, but I like this Akakake record.
That I don't know. That like cover speaks to me. The cover speaks to me. I like it.
But, yeah, when I was picking out all my records, Beck saw that and she was like, "Whoa, what's that?" And I was like, "Yeah, sorry." Yeah, so it, they're really good, and there's these weird Pink Floyd-y weird moments on their records, especially during this era of the band. It's this like really depraved, hedonistic, really depraved, hedonistic You can't take me
depraved and
anywhere, man.
hedonistic like that sweet ass burp.
I'm surprised that I haven't cranked off any so far. Dude, you've hung out with me in real life, man. Like I burp every 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's all good. I don't care.
So I apologize. But regardless, I just like how kind of there's this like weird progged out Pink Floyd-y psychedelic thing, but then there's, you know, these gurgle vocals, you know, it's and Words That Go Unspoken, Deeds That Go Undone doesn't have a vinyl release. Otherwise I would have showed that, but there's not. I've never seen it on vinyl anywhere, and it enrages me that you can't get that record on vinyl because it's unbelievable. And this record is also unbelievable. Moving on. I'm gonna talk about my favorite Entombed record, which is gonna probably piss off people in the comment section, but it's Wolverine Blues. Moving on.
It's a great record. It's a great record. It's way better than Clandestine. I hate that record. I don't hate it, but it's not a good record.
I love Wolverine Blues. I love how angry it is. It's so
really well written,
off.
really groovy, catchy.
It's kind of southern. It's kind of southern sounding, like, you know. Verging on black metal yet again. Dark Fortress. They're like Dissection.
Yeah.
Kind of blurring the lines. I feel like everybody forgets that this band exists.
That's their second one, right? Or is that their first one? I couldn't see it. First one.
First one. My favorite Deicide record, Serpents of the Light. I love this album. Since I started listening to Deicide when I was in my early 20s, maybe 19 or something. And just the lyrics to this album are so angry and so blasphemous, but also so funny. You know, like if you read the lyrics and listen to what he says, like some of the shit that he says is so hilarious. And it's got these weird rhythm, you know, the vocals are almost like rapped, like they're so rhythmic and fast. And the drums are super aggressive, and you know, it's just, I don't know. I just think it's great. It's a front to back album for me. Like every time I listen to this record, I listen to it all the way through. You know, I love it. I love it, man. Serpents of the Light's my favorite Deicide record, hands down. This was a band that did one album and an EP that I really loved, and then after that, I completely lost interest in everything they did. But I felt like this Arsis record, A Celebration of Guilt, was awesome.
What is it?
So good.
Who is
Arsis.
it?
Arsis.
Arsis.
I forgot that band existed.
Right. This record was raging. Melodic death metal. And they did an EP called A Diamond for Disease that was also really good. And then after that, they completely, in my mind, lost the thread and changed, and the song structure was different. The way that everything sounded different. It almost sounded rushed, like they were just trying to get out of a contract. And then all of a sudden they turned into like a glam band.
Glam band?
Like they did a song called Starve for the Devil that was like straight up like glam metal. Like it was like Motley Crue with like death metal vocals. It was not for me. I'm not gonna say it was bad because I'm sure somebody's into it, but this record slays. It's really, really good. All right. I got 5 records. 6. Wait. 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 7 records to go. So, do you want to go and then I'll go, or do you want
I'll
me
wrap
to just
up.
rip
I'll
through?
wrap up. I'll wrap up mine, and you'll end. You know, everybody talks about this band's debut, and it's awesome. For Never Laid to Rest is awesome, but I also really like Salt Rubbed Eyes by Seance. Their second album, the bass is really cranked up on this to the point of being a little bit offensive, but these guys were just so brutal. Call them maybe like the Swedish Deicide, but I don't know. They just had a thing going that was just so hard hitting, and just brutal. There's no other way to describe it. And having that loud, super clangy bass on this is kind of gives it that punk vibe, which I like. But I really like this album, and even their comeback album, Awakening of the Gods. I even like that too. Seance, great band, great Swedish band. God, I love this band. Morgoth. This is the Eternal Fall. This has got the Eternal Fall and Resurrection Absurd EPs crammed onto one disc. Man, I spun the fuck out of this when it came out. Mark Grieva, his vocal style, the closest I can put him comparison wise is Evil Chuck from Death, the old Scream Bloody Gore era. He's just got a sick fucking vocal style. These songs are there's no blast beats on this. It was before that time, but this shit is so great. And it's funny, Mark Riva, his vocals make him sound like he's 7 foot tall, but you meet him, he's like, 3 apples high. He's a short guy. Awesome. Oh, that early Morgoth stuff is fucking killer. US, this is the album I like the best from this band, Imperial Doom by Monstrosity.
It's their best.
Dude,
yeah, this is their best.
Get that on wax.
What's that?
You cannot get that on wax.
You can't. I think this is a bootleg CD. You can't even get it on CD. I got this pretty cheap, and it can't be an original pressing. It looks like it, but I don't think it is. But this is my favorite Corpse Grinder vocal performance. He's just fucking awesome. He's always awesome. He's got a great vocal style, but he's just great on this. He's got a lot more dynamics on this early shit when he's younger than Cannibal Corpse nowadays. He just kind of stays in a pocket and he kind of goes with it. But this album is great. Really well written. Awesome death metal.
Dude, it rules.
That rules. German band. This is their second album. I like the first one a lot. I have that on tape. But second Flesh Crawl record, Impurity.
Yes.
These guys sound like they're Swedish, but they're not. They're German. Absolutely killer fucking. This is another one I picked up really cheap on eBay before the Russian the Russians did stupid things and got cut from eBay. So, but this is obviously a bootleg. I got like for $7. There's no way this is an original pressing, but this is a killer fucking record. Probably my favorite by this band. The last one I'm going to show. No one's shown it. I've shown this album a million times. Probably my favorite Swedish death metal record. Put it up against Left Hand Path. It's a tough call, but I got to go with this one. And it's like an ever flowing stream. This album is absolute fucking Swedish death metal perfection. Chainsaw guitar tone.
Right.
The song Override the Overture. Is there a better Swedish death metal song ever? That song it's chaos. The structure is so bizarre, but it works so well. Skinner Alive. Oh my God. This whole album is just perfection from start to finish. It's finally getting a reissue. Apparently, Dan Seagrave redid the album cover. It's a lot more detail in it. So I don't know. That's coming out. Apparently Dismember's entire discography is getting repressed on vinyl here in the coming years. So that's going to be an expensive fucking disaster. But my God, I love Left Hand Path. That is a classic. And Dismember were always kind of harped on for being Entomb clones, which isn't fair because they're in the same wheelhouse. But these guys are just better to me. And I will say, Dismember wins for having more consistency. They have stayed the course. They had massive killing capacity, which was them trying their groovy take on the Wolverine Blues thing. But this album is fucking perfection. Absolute death metal majesty, as Simon so eloquently put in the chat for sure. Did you have the vinyl version of that, Austin?
It's going to be more detailed, but man, dude, look how detailed that is.
He redid the artwork. It's a lot more depth. It's more 3D looking. It's the same. He added a whole bunch of shit to it. It's really cool.
Interesting. I think the artwork is amazing. I wouldn't mess with it at all.
You're right, Wade. They're very melodic. Their harmonies are very melodic, even though it's on this fucking chainsaw guitar tone. It's so good. Classic.
I didn't pull it. I didn't pull it because I just figured one of you would have it.
Yeah,
out.
I wasn't gonna because I've shown it a million times. I
Right.
tried to keep this a little more obscure this time, but anyway, you're up, Austin. What do you got?
I knew Marty. Well, I didn't pull it because I knew Marty would do it.
Yeah, I had to. It's just so good. Take us home.
So, all right, I'm gonna rip through these. I'm gonna show Cynic. I love this album.
That album was hated when it came out.
I know.
People just
Sean
did not
Reinhart.
get it.
Sean Reinhart, man, one of the greatest drummers to ever
He's
live.
amazing. He was
And,
amazing.
he was brilliant, and one of my favorites. I mean, one of my huge influences in drumming. Like, I totally, worship that guy's playing, and and this record is amazing. I mean, it's super weird, and I remember the first time I heard it, I hated the robot vocals, hated them. But eventually, I got used to it, and I focused on the music and the things that I did love about it, and the robot vocals kind of just didn't bother me anymore.
I liked them.
It was, I loved it, and I loved the album, and the main point for me was the interesting musicianship and Sean Reinhardt's drumming. How could you not love anything that he played drums on?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, he was the Dennis Chambers of metal. And for those that don't know who Dennis Chambers is, he's a really brilliant jazz fusion funk drummer. He's really amazing, and I felt like the two of them had a lot of similarity in their playing, and except for the application was for progressive metal. So this was a game changer for me. Really blew my mind. If I was a more talented musician, I would make music like that, but I'm not. So instead, you get sad, dead, bastard black metal that has folk in it. So another totally underrated record I feel like should be talked about more and is not. Screams of Anguish by Brutality.
Oh, the album rules.
This record rules. This record
It does rule.
Absolutely rules.
Yep.
Somebody said that they should start a band called Skeptic. There already is a band called Skeptic, and they're, I think, from somewhere in Europe, and they totally sound like Death and Cynic and Atheist. So, yeah. Brutality. This record is amazing. Yes, the first two are awesome, and
even their comeback records, their new ones are good too.
Yeah, they're not bad, but they're not as good as this.
No,
because I don't really think that anything that this is like a time and place thing.
Yep.
It's amazing. But a band that kind of picks up that torch, Cruciamentum. I feel like there's some similarities in that style. This band is very Florida to me, except from England. So, yeah, I love Cruciamentum. I think this is really good. I love this. This EP is my favorite. The full length is really, really great too. But man, killer EP. None so Vile. Just got to show it. It's a good memory.
Lord Worm.
It's a lot of fun.
Off the charts.
Right. And my, I mean, like when Håkan, my son, was a baby, we'd sit around and listen to None So Vile together when he was little, and he really loved it. And he would just kind of like rock out to it when he was like right when he had just learned to walk, and I have this photo of him like standing next to the stereo speaker holding this record jacket, and he just looks like so excited. So yeah, every time I see this album cover, I just see little, baby Håkan holding this. Just being like, on to another nostalgic release for me, Nile, Black Seeds of Vengeance. Love this record. This is my favorite Nile record, no doubt. My favorite Morbid Angel record, which is probably going to piss off people in the comments, Gateways to Annihilation.
That's a great record. That's a great record. Great riffs on that record.
I love the Steve Tucker. I love the Steve Tucker era. I do like a lot of the Dave Vincent era.
Oh yeah,
except for the album that should not be named. But this record, there's something about the way that this record is done. I love the production on it. I love the chaotic nonsense solos. I love
The
this.
riffs are pulsing,
sludgy-
like that opening track.
Yeah.
This is so
dude,
percussive, very percussive.
Yeah, it's good. I don't know. Was Rutan actually on this record?
Yep.
I think so.
Yeah, he was. That's right, because he joined. Domination was his first release with the band.
Yeah.
We recorded at his studio. My old band recorded at his studio. We got to hang out with him a whole bunch. He was a really cool guy.
Seems like a cool dude.
Yeah, he was really welcoming and really nice, and he took us to shows, and he was just a great guy. But yeah, this record, love this record, man. I know it's not the classic era or whatever, but this is my favorite Morbid Angel album, no doubt. Misery Index, Retaliate, awesome death grind. Picks up where it totally picks up where Dying Fetus left off when 3/4 of the band moved on to do this. There was an EP and a split before this that was great, but this was the first like proper full length, and this was a really, really, really great record. And then my final record of the night, gonna embarrass you, Marty. So
All right.
this was my favorite death metal album, my favorite death metal album of the year when it came out.
Oh, you're too kind.
The way that I explained this album to people was that it's old school death metal made by people so old that they remember when death metal was invented.
It's
and
true.
So that makes it very authentic, very real, because you guys were there when it was all starting. So it's not like some throwback band, it's not some throwback band made by a bunch of youngins in short shorts. It's a throwback band made by a bunch of old dads.
Fat old guys. Yeah.
And that's why it's legit. So sometimes you just have to sit down and listen to the old folks play. So, I love this record. I feel like you guys knocked it out of the park.
Thanks.
It's perfect. I love the artwork. I love the layout. I love the way that it turned out. I tell everybody about it, and I can't wait for the new record, man. And so, keep it up. Keep teaching the youngins how to do it, man.
We're so close. It's at mastering. Album art design is almost done. We're so close.
I love your logo. I bought a shirt with that album. I think it's that album cover.
Yeah.
But I just love your logo.
Thanks.
I was gonna pull the record and I was like, oh, that just seems a little cheesy. So
Austin is king of Velveeta Mountain.
But here's the thing: like, first of all, I helped put it out, so it's in a way it's in my shameless self-interest, and on top of that, Marty and I are co-own the label together, and we're the closest friends that we could be. So
yeah.
If I didn't like his record, there'd be a problem, Yeah. I'd be like, yeah, sure, we'll put this out, man. No, it's awesome. I love it, dude. It's really great, and proud that we got to put it out, man.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, I'm looking forward to the new one. It's kind of hard. I mean, we've been sitting with these songs for so long. Hopefully, people like it. That's all I can say. Hopefully, people like it. I think you will.
Well,
if you like the first one, you're gonna like the new one.
Here in a couple days, we're gonna make the announcement for the Louisville show.
Right
so,
on.
Hopefully, you guys will have it by then.
That's in May. Probably not.
Yeah,
depending on how long the plant takes. I don't know.
December, January, February, March, April, May. You got 6 months.
Maybe.
Do you think that a record can be done in 6 months?
Who knows? Don't know. We'll see. Well, anyway, we made it. We made it through. And if you all sat through 4 hours of us talking about death metal, awesome. Congratulations. And happy holidays. That's our gift to you. And Melanie and Austin, thank you for coming and hanging out with me tonight and taking over the reins for Alan, who will be back next week. We had a great time as always. It's always fun talking about music with you guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
Sure. Glad I was back.
Pleasure to be with you, bro.
And people, there's a t-shirt available. Definitely go check it out. Links in the description. Also go subscribe and watch Melanie Loves Death Metal. She is kicking ass on subs. She needs more because she's doing an awesome job. And there's also a link to the Panopticon Bandcamp page. You should all go check out. If you're not familiar with Panopticon, Austin is a very prolific and talented songwriter that puts out amazing music. And his music is for you to go check out in the Bandcamp. And I'm sure a lot of you people that are watching this are familiar with Panopticon. But if not, there's a link for you to go follow and check him out. Show notes. Next week, we are the Album Club. We'll be on Wednesday with Kel and Jim, maybe Ben. We'll be covering a Negative Plane record that I don't like very much. So that'll be a fun, interesting conversation. And you guys have anything to close with before we jump?
No.
No?
I was going to
Melanie,
make
have
some
anything?
snarky comment. I was
What's
going to
that?
make some snarky comment about how Rain Chaos is actually a pretty good record, but
Yeah.
I decided that I'd keep my mouth. Oh, crap, I did it. Anyways.
Do you have
I
anything
just
to promote, Melanie?
I just gotta. No, I'm not gonna promote anything. I don't. But I just gotta do a kiss ass moment. I don't like live albums, and I often say that. But the Panopticon live album, Marty, that you sent me, is so good. Like to the point of where I talked about it in one of my videos. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, just wanted to call that out. So if anybody is into live albums, you should definitely pick that up as well. It is very good.
Do you know the actual, like, what actually happened at that show?
I don't know. I don't know any background at all. I just
There
listened
was
to it.
zero. There was absolutely zero, like, decorum between us and the audience. So we all started making jokes at each other between songs, and they got way out of control. Like, some drunk guy yelled my name in between songs when we were like tuning, and it sounded like he said foreskin. And so I was like, so I go, did you just holler foreskin at me? And so for the rest of the night, in between songs, people just were screaming foreskin, and then somebody screamed which side foreskin on. And like the whole show in between songs when we would be tuning, it was me and Andy and the audience like playing this game of cat and mouse. And these very serious moments, very serious songs, but then in between, we were like saying the nastiest shit to each other. And everyone was like laughing. And so when we forgot that we were recording an album. And so all of it got recorded. And so like at the end of the album, when you hear in that quiet part, you just hear us start laughing. That's because during a quiet part, a pretty part, someone yelled some shit. And so then me and Andy lost it and just started laughing, and we couldn't edit it out because it was in the song. And so what we ended up having to do to make it fit onto 2 LPs was we cut out all of the times that in between songs we were yelling crap at each other. And at the end, like Tanner went out for a smoke and they wanted us to do an encore. So Tanner came back in and made the audience like say happy birthday to his mom. I mean, it was totally out of control. It was the most ridiculous. It was the most ridiculous show. So
that'll
yeah.
be known as
none of
the Foreskin album. The Foreskin album. Yep, this will be what I think about all the time.
Yeah, it was just constantly jokes between, and there is an unedited version of the record, but it's just so long because of all of the like goofy giggling. It was like a whole room full of just giggly teenagers
Children
that were
yeah.
children that were all in their 30s. So yeah, that live album is like really special to me.
Yeah, the foreskin shit got cut. They got cut onto the
Well, the best part is that it made it to Europe. So we played a show in Europe, and someone in the audience screamed "Foreskin!" in between songs. It made it all the way here. So Yeah, man, that set was so fun. Like everybody was in such a good mood, and you know, I don't know. I don't think I've ever laughed that hard at a show before. So I don't know. But yeah,
Well,
so
the fans are clamoring for the foreskin sessions.
Yeah. Oh, there was so much more than that. There was so much more than that. At one point I asked the audience, I said, do you guys want to hear a song from Roads to the North? And then they all said, yeah. And then I said, well, tough shit. We're not going to fucking play one. It was just like we were all messing with each other, and it was so much fun. And then, and then the fucking pandemic happened, So
everything's
it
derailed
really
then. Yep.
Yeah. So
well, awesome,
yeah.
folks.
So
we're gonna wrap it.
You like that?
Yeah, it's very cool. You need to check out her channel. She shows some cool shit, man. I learned a lot from her channel. She's got her finger on the pulse of the new shit coming out for sure. Because her and Simon both.
Oh, Simon for sure. He's going past me now because I haven't been able to make as many videos. And I watched Simon's video. I'm like, shit, he's already onto that.
Yeah,
he's up there now.
Well, you showed so much stuff I didn't know, and I need to. Do you have a Bandcamp user profile?
Oh yeah.
I don't even know that. Cool. Come on, share.
I'll follow you on there. That would be cool.
I forgot what my name is.
My name is what? My name is who? My name is.
Oh, Lord. Somebody said earlier that nobody was drunk in this, and now I don't believe that.
I've had these tall cans. This is my. There's only 2 left in this big box, so I've had a few.
Oh, I have empty cans. Like I've been slowly cracking them open quietly.
You've been stealthful. I haven't seen you drink any of them. You're super stealth.
My Bandcamp is Melanie.
Oh wait. Do you want that out on the public? We don't have to do it if you don't.
Oh, I don't care. I mean, people randomly find me all the time.
Okay, what is it then?
Melanie Metal Music. I made it such a long time ago.
Is it all one word?
Yep.
All right. There you go, people. You have the head. Now you can be a voyeur and see what Melanie's checking out. But anyway, cheers to everybody.
Right,
and
nice.
Cool. Okay, we're gonna bail. We can talk afterwards.
Good night,
all these people need to be cut. Please go support these folks. They're good people. And cheers to all of you. Have a good night.
Thanks.